What's that like, doing a welfare check on like a decomped body?
I can remember we got out of the elevator, we forced the door, walked in. I'd never seen this before, never seen it since. Standing up, dead, standing up, like over a stove, leaning against the kitchen counter. I was like, what? That part was creepy.
Davey.
Yeah.
What do you go with?
Almost everybody calls me Davey.
Okay.
My dad was a Dave. My sister married a Dave. My best friend was a Dave.
Oh, God.
There's so many. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting 4 Daves. So Davey
Stuck.
It just stuck.
Okay.
So
all right, Davey.
Yeah.
There's certain people that I absolutely love having conversation with, and it's the majority of it's first responders, because the average American has no idea what goes on behind firefighters, paramedics, cops. And so the reason I love sitting down with especially firefighters, first responders, is to just bring light to the community.
Okay.
What you guys are doing day in and day out, especially you coming from Seattle.
Yes.
You did 21 years in Seattle, so you got to see a huge evolution.
Massive.
Of the Seattle city change. And
I was also raised there. So,
okay.
So I'm now 51. I was 47 when I got canned.
Okay.
And so that was 47 years of growing up in the suburbs of Seattle in a bedroom community, watching how that grew.
Yep.
The town that I was raised in had one 4-way blinking light.
Okay.
And now it is Costco Wholesale's world headquarters, a little town called Issaquah.
Oh, okay.
And so but back then we could go into town, and you know the Seahawks were a brand new franchise in '76, but you could go into Seattle and it was reasonably safe and clean.
Yeah.
And up until what it is now, and when I was absolutely at the tip of the spear with all of that decline into chaos and just anarchy.
Yep.
So yeah, it's more than just the almost 22 years. It was my whole life.
Your whole life. So
right.
You saw a huge evolution
Yes.
in Seattle. Come COVID.
Yes.
You refused the vaccines, the shots.
Yes.
And you ended up getting fired over it. After 21 years of serving as a firefighter in Seattle, you ended up having to make the choice, which I want to obviously get into all of that. So first off, thank you for the 21 years of service to your city and state. Unfortunately, they did not show the same love back to you, but
thank you for your service.
Well, thank you. Let's just dive into it, man. Obviously, we know where you're from, Seattle, but what made you want to be a firefighter?
Part of it was, this is kind of the funny part. I never outgrew the 5-year-old. That's a big red truck, and I want to do that. Okay. And we can dive a little deeper into it. And as my wife and I have talked about it, we've unpacked a little bit of it. That being the firstborn, being the approval seekers, the achiever, and wanting to measure up. I think that also was a driving factor.
Okay.
One of my biggest regrets that I have as an adult is that I actually didn't do military service.
Okay.
But I also know that had I gone that route, my world would be different.
100%.
Right? Just with my personality, if I had joined the Navy, I would have either wanted to fly or been a SEAL. And if I failed at those, I would have get out.
Yeah.
If I was in the Army, I would have tried to fly or been a Delta.
Yep.
That sort of a thing. Now, I want to be very careful and respectful that I'm not presumptuous saying I would have made it, but that's would have been my mentality is it's that or nothing.
Yeah.
And you do those jobs and, it changes who you are.
For sure.
And, wanting to be a husband and being good at it.
Yeah.
When you do those careers, the career has to come first.
Every time, unfortunately.
And I have a great admiration for the spouses of people that serve because they serve too. They serve in some ways in a more difficult way.
100%.
Right. So yeah, it's that sort of stuff. And those that do our job, gosh, I really want to be respectful about this. When you look at the people that get deployed,
Mm-hmm.
you get a ramp up, you get your deployment, you come back, you get your ramp down, or whatever the appropriate term is for that, where you kind of get debriefed and so forth, and then you move back in and you're on your whatever it is rotation and cycle until it's time for you to get deployed again, and then you go for your another ramp up. Well, when you're home, you're pretty much home.
Yeah.
When you're doing the job that we did, you're never home. Now, you drive your vehicle back to your house, but you don't get that decompress time to come back down. So you don't realize how on edge you are
For sure.
until you're out. I've had a lot of surgeries. I'm the $6 Million Man, if you're old enough to remember that show. They just keep putting me back together, right? And so you're off on a surgery for a few months, and you're just going, oh, this is what it's like to actually sleep in my own bed from bedtime to when you wake up and get up and go to physical therapy, and you come back and you go to the gym to work what you can that PT wouldn't do or whatever, and actually interact with your family.
Yeah. But
coming home, after getting just the snot kicked out of you, you live in are you in Meridian city limits?
Yeah.
Okay. My station ran as many calls as the entire city of Meridian does in a year.
Really?
We were jumping.
Okay. Which makes it fun and makes time go by, because
it does.
But at the same time, like you're saying, that's where a lot of guys, I defend a lot more law enforcement and first responders and veterans because of that exact thing. Like everybody gives veterans this, like puts us on this pedestal and thanks for your service. Oh my God, you got deployed. Oh, blah, 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 whatever. Cool. We did our part. We signed up for that. But I'm always like, what about the cops? It's every single day. Oh, cool. You get a couple days off a week. What about the firefighters that are running these shifts and they're X on this, Y off of this, and it's just
right.
not. And then they're doing this for a career. Like I did 2 back-to-back deployments.
Okay.
And so that was rough, but at the same time, when we were done, we were done. That was it. Like when
Right.
we knew we were on our way home, we were on our way home. Like we were like, oh, thank God. And then you get that decompression stage. We get to get back through. Now, when I got back for my first one, we literally took 30 days off. The second we got back, gave us 30 days of leave. That 31st day, we came back to work, and they're like, hey, you're now detached from this unit. You're attached to that unit. You're deploying in 6 months. So we were like, oh shit, like holy. So we were right back
right
again.
back
so
to
within
ramp up,
7 months, I was on my way back to Iraq.
Right.
But then I was done. And so you look at you guys, and it is just year after year after year, toll after toll after toll. And then you're never healing your bodies. I mean, the cancer that's coming out in firefighters and cops and everything right now is insane, the numbers that I'm seeing. So that's from stress, inhaling shit your whole entire career, being in and out of those toxic environments. I mean, it's just first responders have it, I feel, and if I lump all the cops, firefighters, I feel they honestly have it way worse than veterans or active duty, because we sign up, we know what we're going through, and so do you guys, but like there's no break for it. There's no time off. Obviously you get your vacations and you get your few days off, but like for us, I mean, dude, there's guys that go 5 or 6 years without ever deploying. There's dudes I knew guys on my first deployment that were in 20 years and it was their first deployment.
Right.
So, you could dodge shit and do things like that. But yeah, I give our first responders so much credit.
It's just different. And I don't want to, it's the same, but it's different. And I don't want to, I hope that when I brought that up, I don't want to extend any disrespect to our service members.
I'm with you.
And I'm supremely grateful for the job they do. I don't care if they're a cook or a bottle washer, or if they're going outside the line, and the people going outside the line, they got to come back and eat. They got to it takes an enormous amount to keep that machine working.
Oh, for sure.
And I want that machine really, really, really well working.
It's mind-boggling that when you say that, because I have conversations with buddies of mine, and we're like, how does anything function in the military? It is run by the biggest retards in charge, and you're just sitting there, and you're like, this guy isn't my boss, and we're functioning, and now we're in a war zone, and we're like,
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we've been out of water for 4 days.
Yeah.
Shit like that. It's insane. I've had so many conversations with vets like, dude, how does the military even function? It is mind blowing to me.
And I thought I heard someplace I forget where I heard it or read it, but it seemed like a credible source at the time, that somewhere about 15% of the military actually goes outside the wire.
It's less than 1% actually ever see or do anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a very
so
small.
my source was very uncredible.
I could be wrong. I'm sure the internet will fact check this, but yeah, I want to say it's less than 1%.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But I guess my point to that is there's an enormous amount of important people doing important jobs behind the scenes that they wear a uniform too. Mm-hmm. That, they aren't the guys that get launched off the aircraft carrier. It's the 300 dudes and dudettes that have to be a jet mechanic to make sure that the jet doesn't fall out of the sky.
It's the PFC that's out there 6 hours prior checking, tightening, going over their pre-op checks and touching every bolt and every screw on these there's so much that goes, because I was an Amtracker, so we had amphibious assault vehicles that went in and out. So like our pre-ops alone, like when I was a crew chief, so you have your crewmen and it's like, hey, we're stepping off in 6 hours, like start a pre-op now. Right. And so they're going through a whole, and it's literally a checklist. Like you're checking the start, the oils, the temps. You're running. It's this whole entire thing, and that's just for our vehicle. So I couldn't even imagine like what goes into like running a battalion overseas, and then and the beans, bullets, and band-aids is what we always say.
Okay.
And so it's like, okay, who's in charge of that? Because we just show up places, and it was like everything was there. We're like, oh, this is great. So you don't ever think of it, especially when you're out patrolling, doing dumb shit all day, and you come back, you're like, oh god, there's hot chow. Like this is the greatest day ever. Right.
Yeah. When we were, in the Firehouse, in our department, the culture was the driver. That was the role that I aspired to and eventually earned. We are the ones that were ultimately responsible for, I guess ultimately your lieutenant, the officer's signature goes below yours on any letter, on any form. Okay. But practically, if there's a piece of equipment missing, the officer's looking at the driver going, where is it?
Oh yeah.
This is your rig. Where is it? What's going on? And hey, sometimes a ladder would break in a drill, and you get on if it's a Saturday, you get a hold of the services, the commissary, and say, that goes to voicemail because they're not open. They're a 40-hour-a-week outfit. It's like, well, shit, what do we do? Do we see if we can find one off of a spare rig someplace? You got to call your battalion chief. And if there isn't any spares, you're running down a ladder. Now, that's not necessarily the end of the world, but everybody needs to be aware that if you go running to grab just for sake of conversation, let's say it's a 35-foot extension ladder. Okay. If you go run for the 35, think, hey, we need a 35. Shit, we don't have one. Plan B. Yeah. You got to think about that stuff ahead of time, or and sometimes it would happen on an emergency scene. We'd ruin something. Sometimes it would happen when we're training, when we're drilling. Yeah. Sometimes, gosh, the saw started yesterday morning with yesterday's crew. We went out to check it, and it doesn't start this morning. Why? Don't know. It doesn't. 4 of us tried to get it started. It doesn't start. All right, guess the saw's out of service. Yeah. And Murphy's Law is that stuff happens when services is closed. Mm-hmm. The good folks at services, they busted their tail trying to keep, all of us, ladder monkeys. We are really good at breaking shit.
Always.
I mean, really good at breaking shit. Yeah. And so you could argue that on a truck company, that's kind of our role. We're every department runs a little bit differently. The nuances of City of Seattle was that your truck companies it was a giant toolbox, 60 feet long, 2 drivers. Yep. And the extent of the water that we carried on that truck was 2.5 gallon pump can fire extinguishers and a few bottles of water.
Really?
That's all the water we carried on our trucks. Our engines, some people call them pumpers. Okay. A 500-gallon tank, a PTO pump, and a whole lot of hose.
How fast can you blow through 500 gallons on a truck on a fire?
Fair question. I'm not trying to be a douche about it, but it really depends on what...
Full blast.
Well...
How fast can you burn through 500 gallons?
It depends on what am I supplying. If I'm supplying 1,000 gallon per minute ladder pipe, do the math. 4 minutes, because as soon as it runs out, you've got 100 gallons of water in the pipe getting to it. And when there's no water going into the pump, but you just dumped 4,000 gallons of water on whatever you were spraying.
Okay.
I mean, you can go through it really fast. An 1 3/4 hand line in Seattle, that's a standard attack line, 1 3/4. Okay. Run it at, the goal is pretty close to, I'm going to get flamed for this one, but the goal is pretty close to 135 to 150 PSI at the nozzle. So the people on the pump panel have to do the mental math for the friction loss, for how long of the lay is that, and that sort of thing. Big fire, big water, little fire, little water.
Okay.
And, now we all had radios. So if the guy on the tip is like, dude, this thing's too hard, too much recoil. Hey, throttle it down a little bit. All right, fine. The guy on the pump panel can reduce that. Now,
because you don't want them fighting the nozzle the whole entire time.
Correct. But the thing is that, like, you and I are large people. I would call us full-size adult males.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that happened about 20 years ago, well, now 25 years ago, is across the fire service, a lot of the physical entry standards were reduced. And they did this trying to be more inclusive, to allow other people that wanted to be firefighters be able to be firefighters.
Was this just lowering standards, or was this more of the DEI hire stuff? Was this implemented by then? Because Seattle, I feel, is like one of the tip of the spears, like right there.
Seattle's going to be tip of the spear on the DEI kind of stuff. This was one of the very early, the early steps of this. It wasn't necessarily, hey, we need to go DEI. It was just sort of, hey, we don't have enough people. The only people that are passing our standards, or almost everybody that's passing our standards, is really huge people.
Okay.
And we want to be able to have other people on the fire department. So
why do we need that?
That's a really good question.
If you're hiring a bunch of big ass dudes that are able to carry people out of fires, throw hoses over shit, move heavy equipment, pick up some hoarder that weighs 500 pounds in their house, like, what is wrong with that? Why do we need to hire small, petite people, or women, or minority? Like, I agree. Like, what's?
I agree, and I like a meritocracy where there's a standard. If you meet the standard, you're going to be welcomed. And the beautiful thing about this, that the people that are pushing these different quotas don't understand, is that when you meet the standard, they don't care if you're black, if you're white, if you're purple. They don't care if you pray to Jesus, if you pray to Muhammad. They don't care. They don't care if you're gay or straight. What they care is you passed. Welcome.
You passed what I passed.
Correct. Welcome.
Yeah, 100%. I have no problem. I'm huge on this because of the whole females in the military thing. I am anti all of that, but I'm a girl dad, so I can't sit here and be like, oh, women can't do what men can do, which we're completely built differently. But it's like, dude, if some chick wants to try out and wants to be a Ranger or a SEAL and she makes it, cool. You earned it. But the fact that we're lowering standards, because then what it's doing is it's undermining everybody that's already gone through it. But at the same time, it's like, if I have somebody that didn't or met the low standards and now they're on a hose with me and they're on a call, I'm not going to trust that person.
Right. Yeah. So
then you have doubt. Then you have doubt inside your team, which becomes cancer. Right. And that starts to grow. And it's like, then you just have this bad environment because we had to hire somebody because of their race or color or whatever it may be.
Well, and not only that, when you do that, you also have to change your deployment models. Because you're a big, strong guy. So with some coaching on, maybe you already know it, but even if you didn't know anything, but what you show up is big and strong, with a little bit of coaching on technique and how to do it, you could handle an 1 3/4 hose by yourself. It's not that hard. But if I don't care if they're male or female, but if they're 5'5" and they're 110 pounds, that's half of your size and my size. Not height-wise, but that's half of what we weigh.
So now you're throttling everything down. You're not able to fight the fire as effectively because...
Or you have to send more people, because now you need 3 people or you need 2 people, where you used to be able to only have to put 1 person. Now, you still don't, in the fire department, when you're going in that kind of thing, you still work as teams. You don't send people out on their own, but it changes things, because now you're sending more people if you're on the nozzle, I can be 15, 20 feet back and still be your partner.
Yeah.
And I'm helping work the hose around the corners or something like that. But you're the one who's just doing what needs to be done with the actual nozzle in that regard. Now I'm kind of talking a little bit out of turn because I was a truck guy. I was not a hoser. But those in my career will understand that joke. That's that's kind of funny. There's a friendly, rivalry between.
I feel like the hose guys feel like they're way cooler because they're in the shit, but then you guys probably feel you're cool because they're depending on everything that you guys have had ready for them because you're on a rolling toolbox, like you said. So if your job isn't tight, then they're struggling, and so.
Correct. Well, and you actually picked up on it perfectly. That's exactly when it's done correctly. Joking aside, on a fire scene, the truck is a support role.
Absolutely.
Our job, my favorite role in that entire career is being on the roof of a house that's on fire, and I've got a chainsaw with a carbide chain on it, and I'm cutting a great big hole in that to let out the smoke and the hot gases, because what happens is it gets so hot and so smoky, even with all the gear on, the people with the hoses can't get to the seat of the fire to put it out. So we call it a heat hole. Ventilation, it lets it out, but they have to be ready with the hoses, because if you don't, what you just did is made a chimney, and now the fire is going to burn way more efficiently, way more hotter.
Now you got to draft.
So, but if you've as soon as that lift happens, if the hosers are right there ready to go, and bang, it's synergistic. It's a beautiful dance that happens when it works well, and when it works as it's intended. And it's fantastic. But if we don't do that, they can't make access.
Got it.
Now, one of the other roles on a house fire, that a truck is going to have is rescue, search. So,
see, these are cool things. I didn't know any of this. I thought everybody I knew everybody has their roles, but I thought everybody was part of like going in, fighting the fire. But now it makes sense that like, hey, truck guys, you guys are just pressure, water's flowing, the tools are ready. Yeah. All that good shit. And then so are the new guys the ones going in, or are those more of your experienced guys?
It's typically not organized like new and experienced. Okay. It's typically position that you're riding on the vehicle has, hey, if you're riding number 3, this is your role. You know that every single time. And you're supposed to, a good person, even on an engine or a truck, there's number 3, there's number 4, we ran four-person companies, which is kind of a luxury. It's NFPA standard to have 4-person companies, but you'll find a lot of places are still only running 3-person companies.
Okay.
An officer, a driver, and 1 person on what we call the tailboard, even though nobody rides in the tailboard anymore.
What's a tailboard?
Back you look at the old movies, and the guys would ride on the very back hang onto the back.
Oh, okay.
They're standing on the back bumper of the truck going down the road, and they're hanging. Yeah. That's where that term tailboard came from.
Okay.
So nobody rides that anymore because people fell off.
Someone hit a bump and got hurt, and
somebody died in Seattle. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was years ago. So now we ride in crew cabs.
Can you imagine?
Whoops.
And you end up losing one of your guys on a. Oh my.
Yeah.
Atlanta, dude. That would be.
Oh, it'd suck, right? Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately, and that's the stuff it takes for somebody to like, hey, we should probably all sit inside.
Most rules like that, they've got a body attached to it, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just kind of how that whole dynamic works. And if we're doing it right, we're in a support role. Now, if we go on a rescue, like a vehicle extrication, where we're cutting there's a car wreck and the car's got to get cut apart from around them.
Yeah.
That's where the truck takes the lead, and your engine people, they're in the support role.
That makes sense.
And because we carry those tools to actually cut the car open.
Yeah.
Sawzalls. The Jaws of Life is a particular brand, kind of like Kleenex is for facial tissue, and how even if you buy it from Costco, you still call it Kleenex.
Taser.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought Jaws of Life, like that was it.
No. There's several brands.
Okay.
The brand that Seattle used for they were still using it when I left was Homatro, and they're hydraulic units. They're hydraulically driven. They've got different generations have made more advancements. Some people have gone to battery operated tools where it's like a power tool battery that snaps in it, which is handy because you don't have a hose That part's really cool. But those units, those tools tend to be a little bit bigger and heavier.
Okay.
So another argument for being big and strong. I mean, those tools are not light.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Jaws of Life. I mean, you're holding. It feel like it is like
it's about that size.
You're just slamming, and then obviously you're pulling things open.
Yes, and in the movies they'll slam, and you got to be really careful.
Okay.
Because you really don't want to do that.
Why?
Very rare, because you don't. If the person inside is injured, and you hit that thing, and you jam the spreaders into something, you're just jarring that whole car around. That can be dangerous and risk greater injury to the patient inside. That's not good patient care.
Yeah.
Now, are there times where you don't have another choice? Yes. But those are rare, where that's your only option.
Yeah.
And
okay, so let's talk about wrecks real quick.
Okay.
Because I've been involved in some pretty gnarly accidents. Like the wife and I, we've been involved in not like in the accident, but happened in front of us and had to help pull people out and do some pretty messed up shit. What's it like dealing with car wrecks? Because they can be just a war zone inside of what goes on in there. So as a firefighter, what's your mindset coming up on a pretty bad wreck? Do you usually know if the people are alive, or the state of the passengers or the individuals in there? Or is it kind of like, hey, we know there's a wreck at mile marker, whatever, we're just rolling up and taking care of it at this?
When you get to 50 yards from the vehicle or from the wreck, when you can actually start to see it, you can get an idea about what's going on and what you might need to do. The problem is the only people that see that are the people facing forward, and the person in the back seat that's going to do most of the work is facing backwards. So they get out and like, oh, okay. And so it's good to have protocols, standard operating procedures. One of the things that we were kind of a theme in our department was we were really kind of a default was we take the roof, which means we take the roof off of the car.
Okay.
And if the car is still on, quote, upright.
Yeah.
So it's
all fours.
Yeah, it's on all fours. If the car is upside down on its lid, well, that might be different. We can't take the roof off then. That's not going to do us any good. So now we have to cut the side of the car off, the sidewall removal, while it's upside down.
How long does that take? I mean, I know every scenario is different depending on the carnage, but how long does it take for you to get inside of a car?
A few minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Some of them are longer. I was on one call that did not go well. We were in a reserve apparatus, and we had old hydraulic equipment. The crew that got the old apparatus, the reserve apparatus, chose not to take our first line equipment off of the first line rig when they turned it into the fire garage, the shop for repairs, and go with the old equipment that was on the reserve apparatus. It's never in as good a shape. Tolerances are worn out, not as powerful, not as modern. It was a completely different brand. That was actually, that particular scenario, we were dealing with old Hearst Amcus stuff.
Oh, what?
Brand.
Oh, okay.
Hearst and Amcus.
Okay.
And the newer stuff that all the frontline rigs were running was Homatro. Now, it still worked, but it didn't work quite as well. We were also dealing with a car that was really poorly, a cheap car. So you'd grab onto it, and the metal would tear like aluminum foil rather than actually holding rigidity. And when you spread it, it would actually open a bigger hole.
Oh, so you're like peeling a Coke can open. So it's just rolling on itself.
Correct.
What type of car was this?
I want to say it was I think it was a Hyundai.
Okay.
I think it was a Hyundai. Might have been a Kia.
Same.
But it was a number of years ago.
Yeah.
So, it was, I want to say probably 05, 04-ish.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, they've gotten better. I mean, they've gotten better, but still, you start, when you pull up on something like a Benz or a Volvo, you have a better idea. It's like, hey, it's going to be harder to cut certain things because they're better constructed. But when we push on something, there's going to be an ROI. We push on something, it's going to move. It's not just going to tear a little piece. And so that part's good.
What are the best, okay, so as a 21-year firefighter dealing with wrecks your whole entire career,
Yeah.
what's the safest cars?
Truck. Mass wins every time. Lug nut rule.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. That makes sense. That's why I have my daughter in a truck. Like
I put 3/4 ton Suburban. 3/4 ton pickup. Mass wins. I'm sorry.
every time.
It's physics.
What's the worst cars that you just seen mangled on the road as a firefighter?
I've seen them all pretty mangled. It's really going to be
I guess my question.
Yeah.
I guess my question would be okay, you have kids. I mean, they're grown now, but if you for everybody listening from a firefighter's perspective,
sure,
21 years on the job, what's one vehicle you would never put your kid in? Is there one that you ever roll up on? And you're like, oh, these people are fucked.
No, not really. Not really.
Yeah,
It's going to depend on how it hits. I mean, I think what's more important is, and I know you're asking a different question. I'm giving you a different answer, but I think the answer is you teach your kids how to drive.
Yeah.
And make sure that the vehicle that they're in is in really, really good repair, so that if you teach them good defensive driving skills, they're going to be more equipped to avoid or minimize rather than, oh shit, we're just tatered.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I probably want to go with that. I'm not trying to. You asked a direct question. I want to give you a direct answer.
Well, no, and I get it too.
It's different, right?
Because obviously there's a lot of safety protocols that go into making vehicles, but I wasn't sure if there was one where you guys every time were like, oh, it's a Volvo, oh, this Honda, get ready, boys. Like,
I'll tell you that your Volvos, your Benzes, your BMWs, they're really well built sedans. Okay. They really are. They're for your regular cars, they're pretty awesome. And well, I mean, when we had to replace my wife's car 2 years ago, with the insurance money that we got from the total, it's like, well, for like $1,000 more than the Kia, we got her a 10-year-old Benz.
Yeah. That
had 100,000 miles on it. It was really clean.
Yeah.
She's in a safer car.
Yep. Makes sense.
Yeah. So, and some of those cars, I mean, I'm astounded. I don't understand it why, but there's a certain year mark where all of a sudden the bottom falls out on the value of some of these, and they're still really well made cars. They're going to cost you a little bit more for repairs, so they require a little bit more maintenance.
Yeah.
Not because they're American car manufacturers. Most American drivers and consumers, they're really negligent about taking care of their cars.
Absolutely.
So, if you buy one of those other kind of cars, you're going to have to be Johnny on the spot with your oil changes and your services and things like that. But you do that, the car's going to last a long, long, long time.
Oh, that's with her, like, being a new driver, and we're sticklers on that. Like, it's, there's no reason, like, people are like, oh man, 120,000 miles on this truck. I'm like, dude, that's just getting broken in if you take care of it. I mean,
sure.
I got a buddy that's got a Tundra, and he's got like 400,000 miles on his Tundra, and he's never had a problem with it. So yeah, I'm with you.
Toyota builds for your non-quote luxury cars. Toyota makes a darn good car. Honda makes a darn good car.
100%.
They really do.
Yeah.
I think it falls off a little bit at Nissan. You don't know it, but you kind of just dipped into my wheelhouse. My formal education is a bachelor's degree in vehicle research and design.
Oh,
so yeah,
that's random.
So it is. so I'm I love cars. Okay. So and most things mechanical.
We're not going to go there. We're keeping you on track. So I feel like you could probably go on a tangent about cars.
Just fun. It's just fun to talk about.
Yeah.
I love. It's
hilarious that we bring it up because it's just a genuine question because I mean, obviously as firefighters, there's nobody else tearing apart vehicles.
Not like that.
Not like you guys are. So you guys know the ins and outs and what's safe for people and not.
Sure.
Interesting, man.
I've seen some of those well-built sedans handle some amazing wrecks, and you're just going, "That's all that happened." Wow. Cars totaled, but metal and plastic can be fixed or replaced.
Yeah.
The human being inside it, that's what's precious.
For sure. That's where it comes
precious.
down to the importance of putting a young driver behind something that's. She wasn't with me. The other day, I see this young girl, man. She's in those little clown cars.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the brand of them. They're just like a little 2-seater almost.
Smart car. It's just kind of dumb.
And I get it. You know, everybody's finances are completely different. I don't have throwing shade on anything, but man, that as a dad, putting a 16-year-old in that thing, I mean, it's just I'd be like, take my truck. No, and I know everybody's situations are different. I'm not saying you have to put your kid in something, but I saw this young girl driving, and she pulls up next to me, and I'm like, God, man, if she gets even just T-boned or
it's done,
rear-ended, done.
Yeah, physics doesn't.
Mass wins every time.
Yeah, you just don't get to out physics. It's just physics.
Nope.
So yeah,
I'm with you.
Yeah, but that's when I was a kid. The Volkswagen Cabriolet convertible was just what every teenage girl wanted. Okay.
Yep.
But yeah.
Over your time working in Seattle, is there a call that sticks out to you the most?
There's a handful of them.
Yeah.
There's a handful of them.
Like what?
Well, when it comes to the crummy stuff, I get to spend the rest of my life trying to forget about those, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Now, there's good ones, and my advice, my recommendation to the new people approaching it is you're going to have those good calls that just warm your heart.
Like what?
So early on in my career, we went on this call to an apartment in a low-income housing thing, and there was this little kid, and you walked into this apartment. And even though there were stains all over the carpet and the walls looked like Beirut, everything was neat and clean and tidy and hung up. So the occupants of the apartment didn't do all the stains and beating up the apartment. That's how it was when they moved in. And you can, just by 4 seconds of looking around, you can tell this is a family that's trying to make it. Yeah. And they're having they're practicing what they can control inside there, which is, hey, I'm picking up my room, I'm vacuuming, we're cleaning. You know, there wasn't like dirty dishes piled in the kitchen and stuff like that. It was not a lazy household. You had grandma that was there looking after the little kid. Mm-hmm. You had mom, very clearly a single parent household. But you had mom who was away at work, and she had been called, didn't have a car, so she's having to take the bus from her job back because the little kid hit his head on the coffee table. Okay. Couldn't come up with a word for a minute. Now, he had a pretty good gash, and he needed a couple of stitches. Now, what had happened is that it was the day after his birthday, and he had been given like a boom box. One was probably 20 years old for his birthday. Mm-hmm. And he was having fun. He was dancing around as a 5-year-old who just got a boombox for his birthday will do. Lost his balance, hit his head. And the kids, the grandma's there. She's parent. She's like, I don't know what to do. Like, hey, that's what we're here for. And mom is trying to get there. We're there pretty fast because our response time was, in Seattle, our response time are crazy fast. And, cold compress, all right, bleeding stop. Yep, you're probably going to need a couple of stitches. Mm-hmm. No big deal. And the kid's like, oh, he's hanging on to you like you see in the National Geographics where they pick up a monkey and the monkey's just kind of like hanging on to you. And the kid's just hanging on to you. And you can tell there's nothing but love from grandma. When mom finally gets there, you can tell there's nothing but love. This is not an abusive situation in any way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. Nothing but love from mom. But this kid is just hanging on to you, and he's scared because he thinks he's going to get his boombox taken away because he hit his head. It's like, no. And mom is like, no. That's an accident. You weren't disobeying. You were being good. You're doing everything. And it's like, that's heartwarming to me because I'm seeing a family come together. There was an accident that was not from poor life choices or a sequence of poor life choices. It's just an accident. Stuff happens.
Yep.
And, you know, we picked the kid up, put him in an ambulance because they don't have any other way to get to the hospital, which sucked because they were going to get a huge ambulance bill.
Yeah.
But the kid needed a couple of stitches. Would have been nice to be able to send him off to a clinic where they could just, you know,
Stitch them up real quick.
Yeah, numb it up and stitch them up, or even glue it, you know, whatever. But yeah, that had a happy ending.
Yep.
Right? And so that was one of the ones I hung on to for a real long time when you go through some of the other cruddy stuff.
For sure.
Also down there was kind of a funny story in that same neighborhood. So we go to a CPR call, and this happened to be in an elderly Asian home, and language barrier.
Oh,
The only reason I bring up the ethnicity is because there was a language barrier. We know what to do, you know, all right, we're checking, no pulses, okay, boom, we're beginning CPR, we're hooking up the life pack, we're doing our protocols for compressions and all that kind of stuff, getting ready to hit it with life pack. Life pack says, hey, shock them. Because the life pack's actually a brand, but the AED,
yep.
They have a code in them, a sequence, the algorithm is built, hey, if they sense this rhythm, shock. Or if they don't, they have a listing of rhythms that are shockable, and then they have a listing of rhythms or lack of rhythms that are not shockable.
Okay.
And if it's in that rhythm,
rhythms off of the heart?
Correct.
Okay.
Now the AEDs that we were issued didn't have the blippies on them. The paramedics carried those.
Okay.
Just to be real crystal clear, I was never a paramedic. I was an EMT.
Okay.
And so medics are on their way in, but they're coming from a long way away. The closest one was already on another call. All right, fine, no big deal. That happens. Really good CPR will keep a body alive for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I'm very, very proud of is, as part of Seattle Fire Medic 1, they are the world's leaders by head and shoulders in ALS, pre-hospital emergency cardiac care.
Why? Why?
Dr. Cobb and Dr. Kopis, those two individuals that started it, they both passed. But they were absolutely relentless in their pursuit of, can we do it better? There was never any, status quo, hey, we're doing pretty good. It was, no, what can we do better? And they were constantly doing studies. And
so how did that trickle down to you guys?
We got great training.
Okay.
We got fantastic training. And our medics are co-located with us in certain fire stations. So when I got to a different fire station that had medics in it, we'd come back from a call and we're looking at the medics and going, what happened? Oh, that was this. Oh, okay. So we had this informal continuing education that went on our entire careers, which was great.
So that's not standard across states?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Oh, well, so you're talking about CPR. I mean,
Yeah.
These guys are obviously, you're learning from the two doctors that have passed, right? I mean,
Well, they started the program, yeah.
What are they trickling down that's so significant that you guys are keeping people alive, or at least keeping the body moving? You know,
well, the CPR, like, for one of the things that we learned, and we were way ahead of, like, the American Heart Association. So, like, if you go take a CPR class, most likely it's going to be sponsored by the American Heart Association.
Yes, every time.
Their protocols for what to do for CPR were about 10 years behind what we were doing.
Interesting.
After we're getting better saves, better results with this technique, we're moving to this. And about 10 years later, American Heart Association, it's approximately 10 years. And I'm not trying to throw rocks at American Heart Association. They've got a bigger ship they've got to turn.
Absolutely.
And so they're I just want to be careful I'm not coming across like I'm trying to poo-poo them. They're doing good work. We were in a spot where, because we were in the thick of it, you know, they could say, hey, well, how important are the breaths? What's more important, the breaths or the compressions? And one of the things that found, if you've heard in the last few years, they've moved to a hands-only CPR. As long as your airway isn't like this, it's straight, you get enough passive in and out. Now, is it better if somebody can use a bag valve mask properly, an ambu bag, and actually push pure oxygen in at an appropriate time? Yes, it's better. But if you stop compressions for even just a couple of seconds, the residual blood pressure drops, and it takes you 30 compressions to build that back up. So what they were doing is you're building the pressure up and then stopping so somebody could breathe. And you building the pressure up and then stopping so somebody could breathe.
That makes sense.
And they figured that out, and they go, no, don't stop. Whatever you do, do not stop the compressions. And I think that was one of the things that kind of led to the development of what we nicknamed the geezer squeezer. I don't even remember what the real name of it is, but it's this contraption that you'd lift the patient's torso up, slide this board under real quick, and then it looked like a giant wishbone.
I've seen this.
And it strapped to there, it connected, and then you take the plunger and the way you turn it on, it would give you the light that, hey, it's on. Take the plunger down to the chest, and then that gave it its orientation in space, because we all have a different chest depth, right? So a little old lady versus somebody like you or me with a bigger chest. Okay, boom, that's the top hit, and it just.
How nice was that?
We quit using them.
Why?
They took them off.
Didn't work?
I think that was above my pay grade.
Okay.
But we were piloting them while they were doing their development. Our oldest son is a cop locally, and he says that he's seen them in use out here by some of the rural areas. So it looks like it's a device that's got value, and
need some tweaking.
Maybe they tweaked it, but maybe our department decided they didn't want to spend the money on it.
I see it used on a lot on like fentanyl overdoses. The paramedics just like slap them on, and I watched a video not too long, and the guy's sitting here like writing, and the machine's like
right.
This body's on the ground like flopping around. Right. And I was like,
sure,
holy shit! Like that is okay. So let me ask you.
Okay.
Let me ask you this age-old question.
Okay.
I feel like it's probably one of the most controversial questions in the medical world.
Okay.
Do you break the sternum or not when you're giving CPR?
If you don't break the sternum, you cannot do effective CPR.
See, I've heard different my whole entire life.
They're wrong.
Okay.
You can't, because the chest. We're Christians. We believe in intelligent design. If you believe in evolution and we all came from an amoeba, fine. Either way, the argument's the same. The chest the rib cage is a protective cage around the sensitive organs, your heart and your lungs. Mm-hmm. Well, if you have to defeat that protection in order to squish the heart, and you're squishing the heart.
When you're doing this,
yes.
How bad does it crunch the first couple times?
Oh, it's snap, crackle, pop.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Is it the whole time? I've given CPR, but not correctly.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
If I'm being honest, because
sure,
when you're doing CPR correctly, it's violent.
Yes, it is.
You are trying to touch their spine through their ribs.
It is beautifully violent. You're not trying to touch. I don't know if you're. I'm guessing you're exaggerating.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Right.
Like that's how hard. You're not just like you see in the movies. You're like 1, 2, 3. Like the whole body is moving when it's done right.
Yes.
Like it looks I'm just saying it looks like you're trying to touch this. I know you physically can't, but someone probably could. But it looks like that, you know.
Well, and if you find that, we go to a nursing home and you're doing CPR on a 99-year-old lady that's 85 pounds.
Yeah.
You're the first couple of compressions, you're gonna feel it's gonna go crunch crunch. And if you don't, you haven't broken that sternum, so you're not giving effective compressions. Now, here's another thing that you might find is interesting. If you ever see another person sticking their hands down somebody's pants during CPR, that's how you verify if you're doing effective compressions.
Why?
You're going for the femoral pulses.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So a rule of thumb, this is not but the good rule of thumb that we were taught about. If your systolic blood pressure, the upper number, okay, if you can get a radial pulse,
you can get a femoral.
No, if you can get a radial, good bet that your systolic is 90 or better. brachial, 80. If you can get femorals, 70. If you can get carotid, 60. Give or take. Now, I've come across petite Asian females where their resting blood pressure just sitting there is 90 over 60.
Okay.
You're just going, if I'm 90 over 60, I'm almost dead, right? And I don't have high blood pressure, but okay. So, but the thing is that with the CPR, you can't get here because you're bouncing around too much. You can't get here because you're bouncing around too much. That you can get. So you're supposed to use gloves because we're supposed to be gloved up anyway, but loosen the belt, get your hands down, and go into the inguinal crease, and you can feel it. Now, when you're laying in bed, just laying in bed, if you're fit, you can look down. Oftentimes, you can see
The pulse, yeah.
your pulse there. That's what we're feeling for. Now, we're not feeling for the area. We're trying to find the arteries, the femorals, to be able to. And you'll say, hey, we've got good pulses with compression. That means that whoever's doing the squeezing, you're doing a good job.
Okay.
You're doing an effective job. You are circulating blood.
That'd be such a gnarly feeling, crushing some old lady's ribs. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and
you have okay.
Yeah. Bring it.
Have you ever and been like would you, on like, especially an old woman or an old person, an elderly person, you know they're not going to recover, especially when they're in their 80s and 90s.
The chances are pretty low, but you'd be
knowing,
surprised.
I mean, knowing obviously you have to do CPR because it's your job to get there and you're going to save this life.
Right.
But, I mean, when you, that initial crunch, I mean, is it ever like, do you ever get used to it, or is it every time you're like, oh God?
I think I got used to it. It didn't bother me so much. I was really easy. For me, it was easy to make that step that this is
Life and death.
This is life and death.
Yeah.
You know, and if we're going to have any chance at saving the life, we got to do this.
For sure.
If somebody had a DNR, do not resuscitate, there's the form. Okay, no measures.
Is that interesting?
I
mean, especially if you show up and there's still some life, or they're on their way out and you know they're a do not resuscitate. I mean, do you just sit there and watch, or do you have to do you feel obligated to help?
Well, if they have a DNR that's properly filled out and you don't have family that's arguing, that's the big one.
Arguing to start resuscitating them?
We've been there. We've been on calls.
Okay,
where
this
we've
is
got
interesting.
where we've got a valid DNR.
Okay.
And the DNR is something that's signed by a physician. For it to be valid, it's signed by a doctor.
Okay.
So they've been evaluated that they're in, their mental capacity is such that they can understand what they're agreeing to. And look, I'm healthy, but I'm 95.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a vegetable. If my heart stops, just let me go meet Jesus. Okay, great.
I'm for it. Yeah.
I'm battling cancer. I'm tired of this chemo stuff and feeling like crap. Give me the palliative care stuff and let me enjoy the time that I have with my family.
For sure.
Okay. There's a number of different reasons, but for a DNR to be valid, at least in Washington, I honestly don't know what the rules are here in Idaho, but in Washington, they had state laws that were pretty clear about this. And hey, if the DNR is valid, we obey that. And I can't tell you how many times, okay, we got this DNR, we got a couple of adult children of the person, of the patient who's dying or has no pulse, saying, yeah, this is good. And then the other one comes rushing in the door. They want to live! I can't bear it without them! And you're just going, oh, shit.
So what do you do in this scenario?
Somebody gets to talk to the one that is reacting and try to say, we have a legal document that says that we can't do this.
Morally, how does that suit you, being a Christian man? Knowing that you got family members screaming to save their mom or dad, and you're like, hey, we have do not resuscitate. And then, I mean, as a human in morals, I mean, is it hard to fight that?
No.
Or is that just your job and you have to accept that?
I'm at peace with that.
Okay.
The faith thing is like, good gosh, if especially if there appears to be evidence that they're a person of faith. It's like,
Go. That's
you're going to a better place. Get
Yeah.
out of this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you on that.
So-
That's how I look
so-
at my brother, man. He ain't here anymore. Like, dude.
Right. You know, and
Son made
so, you know, I see some of these people that are, some of them that are very, very dear to us. They're like, oh no, I want to be saved at all costs. And it's like, you're going to heaven. It's okay.
You got it.
You got it. Well, but at the same time, there's a part of me. I love my family. I love my wife. I want to be a good example. I fail at this frequently, but I want to be a good example of a follower of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But when God calls me home, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That's now. Do I disagree with? Well, if I end up with cancer, do I fight it? Do I? Oh no, that's just God saying I'm gonna go. It's no, I'm not saying that. But I'm at peace when He calls me. The thing is, when God calls me, no efforts by man is gonna save me. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to live my life in a manner that what I've done here outlives it.
Yeah.
And add value while I'm here to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
And serve others.
Seems
So-
to be a great way to live
I'm trying.
every day. Right?
I'm trying. Yeah, right? You know,
We all are. Who isn't? You know, if you're
I
not,
can
you
think of a
should
few.
be. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
So, but yeah, so that's kind of that. To that kind of. Oh, you know what? We started on that story about that older Asian gentleman. So he has he has this heart attack, and we're doing everything by the book, and things are going really smoothly. I know my job. Everybody's there is doing their job. The medics are coming in, and it's like, okay, everybody's ready for all for shock, ready for shock, clear. And I look around, stop! What? His wife clearly didn't speak a word of English.
Like holding his
No,
feet or something.
yes, she had reached through us and was still holding like his finger. And oh my God, what an amazingly sweet gesture.
Yes.
Zero judgment at all. But we almost
Killed her.
shocked the living wadding out of her, potentially. I don't know if where the electricity, if how it goes, I don't know if she would have felt a shock. But there's a reason they have everybody not touch
Clear.
the patient, because there's that potential.
Have you ever seen anybody get shocked off of shocking somebody?
I have not observed that. Everyone that I'm aware of, people were clear when a shock was rendered. But then I'm starting to try to get her off, and the gymnastics that were done, because she just didn't want to let go of his hand.
Poor old.
And all I was trying to do was just for a second, you know,
seconds.
just for a second. It's funny now.
Yeah, not at the time, probably.
Not at the time.
You go from one body to two.
Yeah. And if I recall correctly, medics got there. By the time they were wheeling him out, he was talking.
Really?
Yeah. Shocks worked. The meds they put.
Shit like that fascinates
Yeah.
me. That we can just zap the human body. With God, I mean, how many volts are you guys shoving through somebody's chest when you're shocking?
Well, it's a lot of volts, but it's not very many amps.
You said it's a lot of volts, not a lot of amps. Yeah. Okay, so I mean,
I think the volts are I think.
Either way, you're feeling it.
Google will correct me on that one. Yeah. I honestly don't. That was not part of the things we had to worry about.
Yeah, you were EMT, not paramedic. That's more
yeah. Well, they would go in joules.
Okay.
Which are, I gotta dust off the physics. Joules are a unit of energy, but I don't know how many joules compares to how many volts. Okay. I don't know. I don't remember what that relationship is.
I'm sure an expert out there watching right now, sitting in.
I want to say, don't quote me on this, I think the first shock was like 360 joules, and then it went up to like 500. On the old life packs, I think.
I mean, what's the most you've ever had to let somebody ride the lightning on shocking them? Is there a standard, like 2 or 3, or if you get a pulse and it fades out, are you just winding it back up and letting them ride it?
The medics have the ability to override what the machine will do.
Okay.
When the medics would arrive, the patches that we had, we would unplug them from the machine, and they had a patch cord that would then plug the patches in, but then we would add additional sensors on the patient in different places, and so they have the ability to do a full EKG and 12 lead on their monster life pack, and then the patches that we put in place are then plugged in, and it just uses those patches to deliver the shocks. So they've got they're about the size of a silver dollar, the little stickers that we would put in different places.
They rip off all your hair when you try to take them off?
Yeah, those.
Yeah, god awful.
And try taking one of them life pack patches off.
Oh yeah,
that's like peeling off a chest seal. Well, not as bad as peeling off a chest seal. So
what's it? Oh, like a sunken chest wound chest seal?
Yeah, like a chest seal for like a bullet or a chest wound or a stab wound. Yeah,
those are pretty bad.
Oh god, because they're designed to stick through blood.
Oh yeah.
So here,
I'm sure though that's the least of your worries.
Well, at that juncture, yes, but you know it's funny. I'm kind of shocked that with your prior career that you didn't have an exposure to this.
No,
we had.
Well, see, you don't. If we were putting them on, we were never dealing with it. You're out.
We're taking them off.
Yeah. You're
okay.
gone.
Right.
Like we never do like field trauma shit. You're
but I guess
the bleeding, start the breathing, out of here.
Right. But at the same time, when you have lots and lots of blood, like you might get with a wound like that, blood is really, really slippery until it's not. And it seems to like go from super slippery, like you just got dumped a KY jelly just all over everything. And then all of a sudden it goes to sticky. But it's got to stick through that slickness. So yeah, those things are, one of the things I used to do was some work with a civilian handgun defense class, and we would, one of the funniest things was going to the store and buying boxes of personal lube.
Okay.
Because we'd get to the point in the class where it's like, okay, everybody hold out your hand. Yeah. Great. Squish, 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 squish. Now manipulate your firearm. This is going to mimic like you've just got blood all over your hands from.
Yeah, I've done that with Dawn dish soap and other things.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So we've done that, and then, but then we've also done. Okay, here's a chest seal. You know, you're playing. I'm the victim. Put it on me, and it comes off, and it's not fun.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Oh yeah.
So, but those are some of the higher level stop the bleed kind of classes and that sort of stuff. But you know,
sunken chest wounds are fascinating to me. How you can relieve pressure and what you can do. It's the human body, man. Like is incredible at wanting to live.
Yeah.
And heal itself immediately, and if you know the right procedures and things like that. And you had a whole career full of dealing with that shit.
Some of that,
Yeah, it's interesting. The body is, and then like especially your guys' field of just, you're not just dealing with people, you're dealing with all the trauma of this shit. So I mean, God, I can only imagine the tourniquets and the patch. I mean, sunken chest wounds, collapsed lungs. I mean, everything that you guys are trying to assess immediately before an ambulance gets there to try to take somebody. Because everybody thinks like firefighters are just fighting fires.
Yeah, no,
you're dealing with
probably
everything.
So 80% of the calls, give or take, 80% of the calls that we would go on were medical in nature. Now, that doesn't mean that we were dealing with a gunshot victim or you know, a fall or something. That was everything. That was the little old lady with chest pain. That was the dude that got into a knife fight at the bar. That was, you know, the 700-pound person that can't breathe.
Okay.
So across the board. So 20% of the calls are what they call them in our department, they would put them under the fire category. But in the fire category, you would get your extrications, your rescues, you would get fires, you would get going to a carbon monoxide alarm that has a low battery, which was the bane of our existence. Change the battery, then call us back.
Okay. Okay.
So that was everything else. Was a natural gas leak was considered a fire call.
Okay.
So really a very, very small percentage of the calls that we wanted was actually a fire. And then of the fires, you had car fires, you had structure fires, house fires, commercial building fires, lumberyard fires. Those get big.
real quick,
real fast.
So as a firefighter, what's the most dangerous thing that you guys have to deal with?
It is not glamorous. Are you ready for this? Car wreck on the side of a highway.
Well, getting hit by other cars?
Statistically, I'm pretty sure I think that's still the number one.
Interesting.
The kinetic energy of a vehicle going, I mean, when we go to, you drive through a school zone, it says 20 miles an hour. So I did this exercise for the church that we attend, because they, very big, very busy.
What church do you guys go to?
Rock Harbor.
Okay, same.
Okay, yeah.
She's a youth leader there.
Oh,
now.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So when we first started going there, they had volunteers out directing traffic, and they weren't paying attention. And nothing against Rock Harbor. We love the church. But I actually did some math. I dusted off the physics, and I said, here, you got a Honda Civic with one driver. This is what it weighs, going 5 miles an hour. It has 1,500 times the amount of energy as one 9mm bullet.
I believe, yeah.
That's the math.
Yeah.
1,500. Now, is it a 147 grain moving this fast, or is it 115 grain moving that fast? Look, standard range ammo.
Yep.
We're looking at 50. Even if it had 5 times, that's enough to take a Honda Civic moving at 5 miles an hour very seriously. And people are going more than 5 in the parking lot.
For sure.
And so I submitted it respectfully, and I don't know if it had anything to do with it, but about a month later, they started having a professional service doing traffic control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Cars are scary.
People don't understand the kinetic energy and kinetic energy is the energy that can actually, any object has when it's in motion.
Yes.
So kinetic energy of a vehicle is absolutely staggering. You don't understand it. And so 5 miles, people slowing down to 20 and getting mad. This is too dang slow in a school zone. Fuck you. You never seen somebody get bounced off of a car doing 5.
Yeah. Especially a kid.
Yeah. Well, frankly, kids got more rubber bones. They're more likely to be able to survive it than the crossing guard. But still,
That's why it's so irresponsible for me. These people that like blow by the school buses when the signs come out. It's like, bro, that's like the one thing. Like that's where I'm like, when cops are hunt those people down, I'm like, okay, 100% support that all day long, because people don't realize. I mean, just like you're saying, they have that one. It's on a slide where they have the car seats and you buckle in, and then they pull a pin and it just slides. And I guess like when it slams. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
They take it to schools and stuff, and it shows the kinetic energy of slamming into something in a car. So they'll put like 2 kids in it, like students in it, and they buckle them in like a seatbelt, and then they pull the pin. And it only slides like 5 or 6 feet, but it's on like a track, and it just goes boom, and and just the force, you could see these kids how they're like whipping forward, and like they're all like, oh god, and that's just
that's 5 feet.
Yeah,
at 32 meters per second squared.
So when you guys were on a call on the freeways,
9.8, not 32.
When you guys were on a call on the highway, the whole entire time, I mean, are you just like waiting?
Well, one of the things that we started doing is the LA, or limited access roadway protocols that got implemented nationally or recommended nationally. I've noticed that when there's wrecks here in Idaho, they don't do it. I grab another lane, a whole nother lane, whatever we need.
Like park your truck.
Yes.
So they're going 2 lanes past you almost.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So whatever we need to operate, plus one more. And I know everybody in that traffic jam is screaming bloody murder. Sorry, I want my guys. They're no longer my guys. But when I was the driver of that vehicle, they were my guys.
For sure.
And I want my guys. I don't want to have to go to one of their wives and say, I'm sorry, ma'am,
car plowed through everybody today.
Yeah, because I wasn't doing my job, or I did my job wrong, or I made a mistake.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
No.
That's not a...
You'd rather piss a lot of people off.
I'd rather piss a lot of people off.
Which is...
Right.
That makes sense to
and,
me.
Even doing that... Strangely frequently, we'd have somebody plow into the fire truck. And you're just going, what are you thinking?
It's insane.
It is. And you're going, if that truck wasn't there, that would have plowed into us.
That's why construction workers, cops, firefighters on the side of the road, like
That's
just the other day we were going. There was a cop on the side of the road, and he's out of his car, and you know how it shouldn't even be a law. You should just naturally get over when there's people on the shoulder. This car, as I get over, goes blowing by me.
right.
Gets into the slow lane. That cop's right on the shoulder, and I swear to God, it just barely missed him.
Right.
I'm just like, what the?
Right.
Well, so it's just people live in their own world, and they don't see this giant fire truck with lights. They don't see the cones, the flares, the police cars a mile back trying to get people over. They're just in their own world, and they're just blowing down the highway, like pissed off at the world or whatever's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And now I will say this: one of the things I've observed here in Idaho is I think that the drivers do a better job of, for the most part, getting over that one lane.
Yeah.
Where I came from, nope.
That's a mindset, I think.
Yeah, and I like it. I like it, and you know, I've been driving down the freeway, and all of a sudden this semi almost cuts me off. I mean, just like, oh shit, I got to dynamite the brakes to keep from getting hit, and I'm like, and then I realize, oh, there's a cop. Oh,
yeah,
good. Sorry,
yeah.
But I couldn't see, because of the semi. I couldn't see that that's why he was moving over, right? And that's you know, if you've ever been on the side of standing in one place and felt a big truck like that go by you.
It rocks you.
I mean, and not only that, it pushes you, but then when it goes past, it can suck you back. Yeah. Because the air that it's pushing around it, that's the aerodynamics.
I completely off topic, but with the draft and the pull of a semi, I was on my motorcycle once, and I was going through this course, and we had these maps, and they were not like classified maps, but they were maps of shit that shouldn't be out. Like, you just don't want to float around in the public, right? But they weren't like secret maps or anything. It was just training areas and things like that. And I'm on my motorcycle, and I felt something weird, and I like looked behind. All my shit's coming out of my backpack. It had come unzipped on the highway. Right. So I pulled my bike over, and I go running back because I'm in this course, and like, how do I explain to my freaking staff? They're like, I lost all of our maps, you know? Long story short, but this big rig went by, and it was right on the white line, and it was so close. It actually sucked my bike over. Like, the wind pushed my street bike. I was so mad. I looked back down the highway. My bike's laying on its side. I'm like, I'm in the fucking freeway trying to like leapfrog, trying to get maps and shit. I look, my bike's laying on its side. I was like, yeah, but it was all from an 18-wheeler going by, and I was so pissed off. Right. Yeah, I feel you.
Well, please don't try this at home, but or when you're driving, but you can actually draft a semi.
Oh, for sure.
Some people don't know that.
For sure.
Because of, and if you get close enough, just the wind coming back will actually keep your car propelled forward. You can take your foot all the way off the gas.
Sucks you into
if you've got the right, if you're in the right spot and the back of your car is shaped the right way, you can do that.
Yeah. So here's another random, I get it every time I talk to firefighters and put out polls. Have you ever rescued a cat out of a tree?
Yes.
Have you? Have you? Yeah. How embarrassing is that? Or is it just like come with the nature of the job?
So, okay, there is a story. It was funny. We were driving over here. My wife said, "Oh, you're not going to tell that one." And no, I think she said I should. And I said, "Nah, I'm not going to tell that one. But you asked, so I'm going to tell you." I was a rookie, and we got a phone call on the back line at the fire station, the what we used to call the third rail, which was the personal phone. It wasn't the business phone. Okay. And one of the ladies that worked in the administration at our fire department, nice lady, was like, lived in her neighborhood, was in our district. Okay. And she said, I hate to bug you, but my kitten's up in a tree. It's like, all right, we'll go. And our lieutenant was getting prepared to tell her that you've never seen a cat skeleton in a tree.
That's what I'm saying. You never seen a dead cat in a tree.
Right. Well, the thing was, this was a kitten.
Okay.
And there was a bunch of crows around it that were trying to get to the kitten.
Okay.
And my lieutenant at the time, good dude, but he was a new lieutenant, and he was very nervous about being in charge. And I said, Luke, It's a tree. I've climbed thousands of trees. I grew up climbing trees. Let me just go get this thing. It's not a big deal. Well, I don't know. No, I'm on probation, so I'm trying to be respectful, but finally. He goes, all right, I want you to wear your helmet, and I want you to wear your bunking coat. Going, so my neck breaks if I fall? The helmets, that's a different topic. Anyway, so I did, and I'm climbing up. And it was nice because it kept sapping stuff off of me, but I get up there, and if you ever chase a cat, or if you ever go up a tree after a cat, they keep going. This one didn't. It was coming. It was trying to get to me.
Oh, really? Yeah. So it made it easy.
Yeah. It was like, so as I was coming up, it started making its way, I reached out, I grabbed it and shoved it inside my coat and then climbed back down. So yes, I actually have gotten a cat out of a tree. So.
Yeah, I've asked their other firefighters that they are either so against it or they're like, yep, I've had to do it.
Yep.
What's a huge misconception that the public just doesn't understand about firefighters?
A big one is that we actually pay for our own food. So if you see firefighters that are shopping out for, we make and cook our own food and we pay for it.
What do you mean you pay for who? Individuals are all pulling together?
Yeah. We have a term. We have a term we call clutch. You guys. Yeah. So if you see firefighters that are out shopping at the grocery store and they're pushing their cart around, they're paying for that food.
You don't have like an allowance or like a...
Nope. So if you see the dudes, I've had people where I'm pushing the cart down the thing and come up to the cart, start pulling stuff out of my cart. What am I buying you for dinner tonight? It's like, you're not paying for any of this, sir. We pay for our own food.
What?
Yeah, we pay for our own food.
You guys don't have a food?
Nope. Nope.
Per diem? Nothing?
Nope, nothing. Let me tell you this.
I'm so glad I asked that question. I had no idea.
We pay for our own plates and our dishes and our pots and our pans and our silverware. Mm-hmm.
That's mind-blowing.
They will provide the building and the cabinetry. It is our financial obligation to put the plates in it, now we have house dues, which is like a monthly tax that we all pay, $10, $20, whatever, and that covers
toiletries and all that stuff.
No, not even toiletries. That covers like coffee. Coffee is a big thing in the firehouse. I don't drink coffee.
Yeah,
but
I'm not a coffee drinker.
I just don't like it. I love how it smells.
I'm not giving you this shirt thing because that's a C-State shirt. So.
Oh, okay. I absolutely love how it smells. But my wife is a coffee everything.
Same.
I'm going to brag on my wife for a minute. When she was 21 years old, she was a store manager of a Starbucks in a market that they were pushing hard to open down in Florida.
Okay.
What 21-year-old do you know runs an entire Starbucks store? She was a rock star. Absolutely. She still is, but she was a rock star for them.
Good catch there.
Yeah. I outkicked my coverage on that. So, but yeah, that's how we pay for our own food. If we have, if guys want cable TV, we pay for cable TV.
I can maybe see that, but that blows my mind.
We pay for it. We pay for the pooled funds there's a list, at least at our department, there'd be a list and said, these are the items. And once a year they'd vote on them. Yeah. Ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise, salad dressings, salt, pepper, garlic, hey, what seasoning and spices do we want on the shelf? And then, if there was something unique, like if somebody was making something, they're not going to put saffron on that, but if someone was going to make a saffron dish, all right, tonight's meal, we got to go buy a little bit of saffron so we can put it in tonight's meal.
Okay.
Right. That sort of a thing. And so each group, we would call them platoons. So crew A, B, C, and D shift. We had four platoons. And so we had our own group pooled money. And then we would, dinners tonight is $7 a person. And usually what we would do is we'd round up. If the actual math came out to it's $6.55, we're going to round up to $7.
Yeah.
And then that would build up over the course of the year. And then when we had a holiday meal, we had a little extra money so we could go buy, you know, a prime rib or you know, if we were going to be working Christmas, if the crew was going to be working Christmas or something like that. And then the last couple of years,
this is mind blowing.
The last couple of years, man, did I have a world-class captain. Last couple of years of him being captain, he would encourage the other station captains, like, hey, as station captains, to the crew that's working Christmas, you know, they'd each kick in, here, this is for your Christmas meal, which was really cool. So
what I'm getting from this
Yeah.
is if you're a person and you respect the firefighting community in your area, that it would be, are you guys accepting to, like, if somebody wanted to cook you guys like a Thanksgiving meal and come by the firehouse, or is that different are you guys able to accept stuff like that?
it's risky because the hard part is we don't know if somebody did homemade stuff unless we really knew them.
Okay.
Coming from Washington in the neighborhood that we were in, was somebody going to stick pot in it? And now your fire department, some asshole would think that that's a funny, regardless of your feelings on pot. Some asshole would think that that's funny, and now you've got a crew that's if you put pot in the brownies or in the chocolate cake that you brought them, and now you got a crew that's high. That's terrible.
And you're probably going to get called out on a holiday. Are holidays okay? So
It was believe it or not, Christmas Day was usually kind of quiet.
what's the busiest day of the year for you guys?
4th of July.
Let's talk about 4th of July.
Okay.
One of my favorite things on the internet is watching people light mortars and lose hands. How often is that happening with you guys?
In Seattle for my entire career, fireworks have been illegal in Seattle.
Okay.
And in a town or two bordering, because my district actually bordered the next town to the north.
Okay.
So in that town was called Shoreline. In Seattle and in Shoreline, fireworks were illegal. So we didn't have a whole lot. People had to go a longer ways. And the people that typically were that dumb are the people that take the buses. They're not people that are getting in their own cars and driving 2 hours in a ferry ride to the Indian reservation where you can buy that stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what made it so busy?
People partying.
Okay.
And just up all night. And the fireworks that they could get, they'd light shit on. The beauty bark would catch on fire. They'd light bushes on fire. They'd light grasses on fire. Even though Washington it rains a lot over there, the problem is that the plants that grow, they really need the water. And when the summers there are really, really pretty, it actually doesn't rain much in the summertime. And so what you'd find is that the grasses and the shrubs are used to getting water they shrivel up and dry up really fast. It's just the species and so forth. So we'd get bark fires and we'd get all kinds of, it's also a big party holiday. So summertime, it's light really late, so people are just partying.
I couldn't, yeah.
I mean, honestly, if alcohol didn't exist, you probably wouldn't need a fire department.
That's probably the most legit statement I have ever heard. Are the majority of your calls just dealing with somebody that's just done some...
A scary amount of calls that I've been on are either caused or magnified by alcohol.
What is the dumbest call you have ever been on that was alcohol-related incident or just in general?
Dumbest call.
One that you guys showed up and you're like, what the fuck is going on here?
We actually had a fair amount of those. It's I tell you, we had a fair amount of them, but nothing really stands out because it doesn't stand out as unusual, if that makes any sense.
To you?
Yeah, it doesn't stand. It's like, okay, yeah. I mean, we've had people call the fire department because their garage door wasn't working. We've had people usually. Now, here's the thing that is pretty cool in Seattle. The dispatchers for the fire department are firefighters. They're not civilian dispatchers. And that is something that they have fought for because it's always on the chopping block with city council. They want to get rid of it because they think they can pay civilians less money.
Okay.
And maybe they can. I don't know. But when you have people that have actually done the job, they're like, yeah, we don't fix your garage door.
Because the civilian would just be like, punch the button and your station's getting called.
Well, the call said this, so I sent a unit. Really? They don't fix that. Oh, I didn't know. What are you talking about? You don't know. We're a fire department. We're not the garage door company.
I've had other guests on that were like paramedics and things and firefighters, and they say the worst but the most common call is smoke detectors.
We went on a lot of those.
Beeping smoke detector.
Yeah, we went on a lot of those.
Because their smoke detector battery's out, and so they called the fire department for that.
Yeah, and now the thing is, our department, they'd send us. So we would go, and part of the inventory on our all rigs, engines and trucks, were you're going to carry a handful of 9 volts and a handful of AA's because people are going to call it, and because this is a life safety thing, we're actually going to put new batteries in it for free. Okay. So we'd show up, put new batteries in it. Believe it or not, we actually carried a couple extra smoke detectors on the rig. So if we put it in there and it was still not functioning, or if somebody says, hey, I don't have one and I need one, fine, we'll send a unit out and they will install it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what this is, Ben, one of the things that's interesting is that it's good if that's what the community wants their tax dollars to be spent on.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. It's up for the community to decide what do they want their tax dollars to
yeah, but at the end of the day, the tax dollars are already spent, though, right? I mean, if you're going to change batteries on that or not, it's not costing the city anything more.
Well, it's not costing them labor because we're still on duty.
Yeah.
But it's costing them money for detectors and batteries.
Okay.
No, it's pennies, but it
still adds up.
It still adds up.
So speaking of going in people's homes, I have this really weird fascination with hoarders.
Yes.
And I love talking to paramedics, firefighters, because obviously you guys are in and out of homes every day.
Yes.
And I got exposed to it in high school.
Sure.
I did a ride along for 2 weeks with the police department because I don't know what possessed me to even think about wanting to be a cop when I was that young. But I got to go in a home, and it was a hoarder home. Yeah. And I never experienced it before. I just thought everybody lived like how we lived, you know? And I went into this hoarder home, and to this day I can still smell it.
Yeah.
What is it like going into hoarder homes, and what's the worst one you've had to deal with?
You'll find some hoarder homes, been into a lot of them. I find that some hoarder homes are actually clean.
Just a lot.
Well, you'd have 7 decades of newspapers stacked, but they're stacked neatly, and there's trails. But where the trails are, it's vacuumed, it's swept. But there's
clean hoarders.
There are.
Okay.
Rare, but there are.
Okay.
But then you'll find hoarders where there's feces, human and animal, on piles. And you're going, okay. So you decided just to take a shit there. Or you took it someplace else and you put it up there. Okay. There's usually food scraps, plates of leftover food all over the place, flies. Would you get that with either feces or food? You get flies. So
flies come maggots.
Yeah. So you'll see that. Right.
Have you ever had to cut a hole in a wall to get anybody out of their home?
Yeah, Edmund, 750 pounds.
Walk me through that day.
Edmund had a hard time breathing, and because he was really, really big and couldn't get out of his house because he was too big to get out, and got a hole.
So once you cut the hole, where was he? In the back of the house or the front of the house?
Kind of the front room area. It was a small house.
So you cut the hole in the front of the house. How do you get him out of the hole in the house?
With a stretcher.
750-pound dude on a stretcher? Mm-hmm. How many guys had to hold that?
All of us. Everybody that was there. Get a hand in there. Okay. I'll tell you one of the things that revolutionized our job picking up fat people is this thing called a mega mover. And this thing is a tarp. It's a canvas or nylon kind of tarp with webbed handles that are sewn back and forth, so it goes underneath the whole thing. You can look it up.
We're gonna put one.
A mega
You
mover.
can look it up. And 1,500 pound capacity. But what it gave you, because a lot of times when you go to pick up somebody, here's the thing. You and I are big guys. We're reasonably fit, right? If I go to pick you up, you're going to have muscle tone that kind of braces yourself. Even if I were to, not even in like a martial arts kind of capacity, but just, hey, stand there. I'm going to come in and I'm going to put you like in a fireman's carry and I'm going to stand you up on my shoulders. Okay, no problem, right? But part of what makes that easy is that you have muscle tone that braces and holds everything together. When somebody's passed out or when they're in that bad a shape, they're putting in sticks, and that's really all it is. So trying to move somebody that's that limp, it's almost impossible. I shouldn't say almost impossible. It really magnifies it. It makes somebody like my wife's size a lot harder for somebody our size to move. Your wife is even a little bit smaller than mine, but you get what I'm saying? It just makes it harder. So these mega movers were awesome because you could kind of roll them, shove a whole bunch underneath there, roll them back a little bit past it, you pull the thing out, pick it up, and now you're walking them out like they're in a burrito. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you where else it's really handy. If you get into an active shooter situation, they come folded in a cellophane.
Okay.
Rip the cellophane off, unfold them, do a tri-fold, and then roll them up tight. Put like one little, like a thick rubber band or something that you can break easy on it. And the cool thing is that you can come up to somebody, whack like that, it unrolls and just goes flop right open. If someone's been incapacitated, if they've been like shot or stabbed or whatever in a lower extremity and it's hard to move, get them up onto that thing and two guys grab onto that and you can take off.
Interesting.
It's a cool tool.
Something so simple too.
It is. Yeah, I wish I'd invented that. I'd be on a beach in Bora Bora and splitting time and
not doing this podcast. Yeah.
I'd be doing this podcast, but it'd be a little bit different. But yeah, it is a absolutely amazing tool. Because one of the things that would happen when people have a heart attack or a major medical event, they don't always have it in some place where it's easy to work them.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, okay, we're in your home. We're in the upstairs, and there's a stairwell that we had to come up. You've got some cool decorations around this room, but if we had to do a CPR or work on somebody like that in this room, we couldn't really do it right here.
Like there. Yeah.
So we'd have to, furniture gets pushed to the sides real quick. If there's rugs, this is because it's a bear rug, it's kind of a 3-dimensional rug. But if it was just a plain flat rug, we just leave it there. But with what that is, that'd have to be picked up and moved out. So we had room because you've got the patient and 6 to 8 people. Everybody's got a job. Everybody's got a role when it's moving smoothly. So then how do we pack them up and get them down that stairwell out into, you can't take a stretcher up that stairwell and not make the corner. That was one of the things that we had with hoarder houses that was so hard, was getting a stretcher through some of those trails. So how do we get them out? Well, that mega mover was a big help.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So as a firefighter, I really want to get one. I want to get like a forensics or like a hazmat cleanup person to come on the podcast. I really want to talk to one.
Yeah.
But even as a firefighter doing like wellness checks, did you guys ever have to do those?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Obviously, you know immediately if somebody's dead in a house, if they've been there for long enough.
By the smell.
By the smell, or flies in the windows and whatever. I mean, I don't know how Seattle is, but I know like I've talked to some guys in Florida and it's like within a day. I mean, their house is just...
Right.
What's that like coming in, doing a welfare check on like a decomped body?
Our protocol was that the police had to secure the scene until the coroner came to do their investigation. Now, we were there to verify that they were dead.
Okay.
And if it's decomposed or decomposing in the process of, you don't have to get that close. Yeah, they're dead.
So you guys, that's pretty clear for you guys, and that's more forensics and cops.
For us. But sometimes we had to make entry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can remember going to a Seattle Housing Authority building, which is a concrete building, cinder blocks. They're usually somewhere between 9 and 11 stories tall. And it's assisted living. Not assisted as in there's nurses and that sort of stuff. It's housing assistance.
Okay.
Okay. So it's typically lower income. Well, always lower income. And we're riding the elevator up. As the elevator's going up, it's a slow old elevator, so second floor, taking forever. And we're going to like the fifth or the sixth floor or the seventh or whatever. It's like 2 floors below. It's like, okay, they're dead. We can tell. And the smell gets stronger and stronger as you go up and go, how did people wait this long? We can smell it in the elevator shaft 2 floors below. How do you not call sooner? And
own world.
Yeah, walked in, we got out of the elevator. Okay, we forced the door. And I'd never seen this before, never seen it since. Standing up. Dead. Standing up.
What?
Yes.
How?
I don't know.
What position?
Like standing up, like over a stove, like leaning against the kitchen counter. I was like, what? But
was that creepy?
Yeah, that part was creepy. That was creepy.
So you guys make entry, and then you just
look around, and here's this. There's the color of the bear, and this was a Caucasian individual. So their skin had already. Because here's the thing, when a body first dies, the blood it starts to pool, and that happens. We call it pooling or lividity.
Yeah,
and that's where the blood from your capillaries and stuff gravity just slowly starts to ooze down, and that happens over the course of a couple hours. So pretty quick. Yep. You can, even if someone's a person of color, like black or Hispanic, or it doesn't matter, that you can visibly look and you can see.
It's almost like a line, isn't
yes.
it?
Yeah. It's like a stratosphere line, and
so like if they're laying on their side, I mean, it's almost like down their
correct
half side of their body.
100%. Yeah. Depending on the line is somewhere about 1/3 of the way up if they're perfectly level. Now, if they're at an angle, then obviously it's going to pull down, and everything down below is going to be up. But yeah, it starts to see that. Well, but then as it decomposes, it starts to turn yucky colors.
And they were just standing there locked.
Yeah, somehow they were locked. Just boom. I was like, whoa, that's weird. But they were dead. And so now that's the fascinating part. The funny part of this story. There's no smoking in this building. We call for cops and coroner. Yeah, they're dead. On a radio call, it was CNC. And that was just our code for, we have a confirmed dead person, and we need the police for security. And then the coroner's office would send somebody out as soon as possible. Well, as we're waiting, because we have to wait until the cops arrive for scene security. And what gets out of the elevator is a very young, very enthusiastic rookie cop that's very, very petite, and an old guy. And the old guy gets out. As soon as he steps out of the elevator, he pulls a cigar out of his mouth or out of his pocket, and he lights up the cigar.
Is he a cop or a tenant there?
No, he was a cop. Okay. He was a cop on duty in uniform. And the other one just march, like, I gotta see that, and goes barreling into the room and comes running out and pukes.
Really?
It was so funny. And the old guy and the old guy just stands back there and goes, yep. Smoking the cigar so he doesn't have to smell it.
I remember my first body. Yeah. One of those guys.
Yeah, one of those. So that was funny how that kind of unfolded, but that was, yeah. That was crummy.
Did you ever come across where pets chewed on?
Yep.
That would creep me out.
Mm-hmm.
What's that like? I hear dogs will start eating people like almost immediately, within like a day or two.
I've actually heard that cats will eat first. Will eat
Maybe
sooner.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was one where I wasn't on this, so I can't claim that I was, and I won't. The dog had actually eaten the whole head.
The head?
Yeah. Yeah. down like the brainstem.
Is it weird seeing like a face or hands or fingers chewed on and missing? Like, do you ever just like sit over somebody and be like, the fuck? Like, and then
No,
you're just like
not
looking
really.
at a little fluffy
No,
poodle in the corner?
not really.
No?
No, because I wouldn't sit there and sit over it.
Oh, I would have to. I feel like I'd want to see all of it. And just looking at this like cat like over there in the window licking itself.
Well,
and the nose is eating off its owner.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I didn't have that drive to want to do.
No.
It didn't like make me puke,
Yeah.
but it didn't give me nightmares. It just like, yeah, I don't need to see that. I don't need to sit here and dwell on that. So
I'm fascinated by it.
yeah, we had.
It's just mind blowing. So I don't think
Yeah.
most people even realize like if you do die that your pets are definitely going to eat you.
Yeah, unless they're eventually they will, because they're hungry. It's not they're not going to eat you before they run out of their own food. It's not that they're if the pet's going to be eating human, it's not because you're not going to find food still in the pet's dish.
Yeah.
That's its last resort.
Yep.
You are its last resort, but they're going to get there.
The shit you guys got to deal with is insane. People, this is why people don't. I mean, nobody thinks about this stuff.
So I debated whether or not I wasn't going to talk about this one, but I might as well.
I vote yes
because we're here. Well, you asked a question earlier what some of the worst stuff we've seen, and I wasn't trying to be flippant. Inevitably, you go to a house party and somebody finds out that you're a fireman, and they go, "Oh, what's the worst stuff you've ever seen?" Mm-hmm. And those are the people you want to punch in the mouth because they're looking for a rise. And what I found is that I'm kind of a simpleton, but I try to conduct myself with dignity and class. About the classiest way I've been able to respond to that is I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to forget about that stuff.
Absolutely.
And usually when that response comes back, they go, oh, they realize what they just asked.
For sure. It's
Right.
like asking somebody if you ever killed somebody. It's
Right.
the same question. I don't mean any disrespect by it, but I like asking that question just because, dude, most Americans have no idea
Right.
what you guys are dealing with. So it kind of just opens up the light to like, holy, next time they see a cop or a firefighter, they're like, oh, fuck, dude, I heard that story about this guy talking one time.
So, okay. So we've had, it was like 2 blocks from our fire station. Call comes in at like 4:30 in the morning. And the reason that matters is that, it's not 2 in the afternoon. So, okay, everybody's up. We're down at the rig. Address is here, and it's a shooting, assault with weapon. It comes in assault with weapons, AWW, and they changed the protocol to a different call sign. I don't remember if they did it by that time or not, but it was right about that time. But anyway, it was we had an assault with weapons, and I'm looking at and our protocol, because we're not armed, is we're hanging back a couple of blocks until police get there and declare the scene is safe.
Okay.
Now, there was a constant misunderstanding between what scene safe meant. In the cops world, scene safe meant an officer is on scene. To us, that means that there isn't a bad guy still doing bad guy stuff.
Yeah.
They're either incapacitated or arrested, detained. Mm-hmm. Well, and we weren't mad at them about that. That was an issue that needed to be handled at the higher levels, right? The higher ups, right? Because their radios, we didn't go cross. They had to go all the way up, over, and then all the way back down for those messages to come through to us. So we go on this call. It's an assault with weapons, but it's like 2 blocks from our station. And I look at the boss. I go, boss, it's right there on Stone. We're staying here. And so truck, engine, and medic unit, we're all there. Doors are open. Engines are running.
Just idling.
Just waiting. Everybody's like, all right, get your gowns on, the disposable gowns and the whole 9 yards. We don't know what the hell we're getting into. And it's like, okay. And I'll tell you, there's kind of a weird feeling in the air. I'm not a big ESP guy. I'm not really into that kind of stuff, but I will tell you, it was like, it's weird. Just a weird feeling.
Okay.
And we get the word, okay, secure. Come rolling in. Now I'm the driver, and one of my responsibilities when I stop the rig is I need to put my wheel blocks down. Now that means I get out of the rig, go to where the wheel blocks are, pull them off the rig, chalk the wheels. Then I grab my personal protective equipment, my rubber gloves, my glasses, my EMS. We are all issued a personal EMS bag. It's like a fanny pack. And we're expected to carry that with us whenever we go on a aid call. Some crews do, some officers are big on it, some aren't. I found that I wanted a little bit more than what the issued pack would carry, so I bought a bigger bag that was kind of a so when 511 first came out with their shoulder bags. It was their small one, but I want to say it was about, that big of a cube. And I had a few extra things in it that I wanted to have that I'd learned over the history that wouldn't fit in my little fanny bag. And I liked the fact that it would go over my shoulder better than around here. So I grabbed that, and I'm the last guy of R4 coming in. Now, also in response order, when we had control, when we're all leaving, the engine would go, then the medic unit would go, and then we would follow. Just as the truck, we would follow. And so I'm the third vehicle to park, and I'm the last guy. I'm walking up, and everybody in front of me, there was a number of police officers here. And so every time we're come around a hall, corner in a hall, there's two. That way, that way, that way, that way. Okay. So we're just following this chain of cops all the way up. And are you familiar with MS-13?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some MS-13 shit for brains had gone shining, like taken a butcher knife and hacked his way through the bathroom door. And you want me to say this in front of your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heard it all.
Oh, well, okay. Hacked his way through the bathroom door. And then he cut this lady's head off. And set the head outside, right side up. And the body, her body, the victim's body was right about her waistline, was at about the threshold of the bathroom door. And then this idiot had gone in and taken a shower and come back out. And when by the time the cops had gotten there, I don't know why it took so long for somebody to call, because that was obviously took a while for that to happen. But he was obviously, with the decapitation, that individual is deceased.
Yeah.
And then when the cops came through, it was in an apartment, and when you came in the front door, you could see one bedroom this way and one bedroom this way. And the bathroom was like right here. And apparently he was the bad guy was like standing on the bed, and when he made a motion towards the cops, the officer shot. Mm-hmm. And he was DRT. We had been called, obviously we hadn't been called for the decapitation because there's nothing you can do about that, but we had been called to verify, is the bad guy dead or not? And he was DOA. Yep. And so everybody's like, yep, he's dead. All right, great, out. Now, as the guy who's responsible for all the equipment on the rig, I'm the guy that's walking around the scene at the end, making sure to get all of our kits, because you now have 2 medics, an engine, and a truck company worth of everybody bringing everything. Mm-hmm. Suitcase, these giant Pelican boxes and all kinds of shit is just everywhere. It's like, okay, everybody get all this stuff up. And, now you got the cops going, hey, don't step on that casing. Don't step on this. It's all evidence. Don't step on that. All right, fine. So I'm not stepping on another. I'm just making sure I'm getting all my stuff out. Okay. My lieutenant is still in the room, in the thing. The engines, they're all gone. The medics have got out. And I'm still in the room, in the apartment. And they go, well, what about the family? And I look at the lieutenant, and we look at, what family? Well, the family in the other bedroom. Are they alive? Oh, yeah. Are they hurt? No.
This whole entire time there was a family?
Yeah. So we're guessing they didn't speak a word of English. At the time, my lieutenant spoke a little bit better English or a little bit better Spanish than I did. So he's trying to play Spanglish and charade to try to get this family. It's like there's 2 kids, a husband and a wife. And there's so much blood on the floor from the decapitated person that the whole room stinks like iron.
Yeah.
So you've been in an environment where you can smell that?
Yeah.
Okay. So not a lot of people have.
No. You know immediately.
You know it immediately, right? And now that's a smell I'll never forget.
Ingrained, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's one of those you'll never get out of you. And so my boss goes into the bedroom and they close the door. Well, they had to close the door because the body's like in clear view of that. So they're trying to get in and out of that door without letting that family see what's going on here.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, great. So me and 2 cops are standing here stuck looking at this decapitated head sitting on the ground that had been arranged right side up with this smell and the blood just continuing. It was just going, I'm going, great. So I had to wait for probably 20 minutes while they figured out what the heck they're going to do. And once the other people had left, my other fire crew had left, the cops were like, no, nobody else is going back in. So it's just me and my old boss. Great.
And you're stuck there?
I'm stuck there. Because I'm not going to leave him on there by himself. And so the determination was made, find some trash bags, we'll put these people's belongings and clothes in a trash bag. But we also can't disturb evidence for the scene. So it's like, okay, what can we do? Then it's like, all right, can we grab something? I pull like a paper sheet or something out that we're trying to put over, but again, not disturb evidence over what's going on. Blood's instantly soaking through it. Great. And so now we're trying to communicate to these kids, hey, we're going to carry you out. Close your eyes. Don't look at this. You know, by the way, we're perfect strangers and we don't speak your language. So
that's the shit.
So grabbing these kids one at a time. I grabbed one, boss grabbed one, got them out, handed them off to somebody who was outside, still like, no, you can't leave. Well, if you leave, you can't go back in. Like, dude, what is this evidence? I get it, but that was one of those ones where I think the person was taking that a little bit out of context.
Yeah.
Right. And so, but we got the family out. They went with an officer. The police officer accompanied them that did speak fluent Spanish, so that was great. So they were able to actually communicate they got them to shelter care, something along those lines. So, but that was a real crummy situation to be just stuck in there with nothing to do to take your mind off the fact that
you're standing over a decapitated
I'm
body.
standing over. Yeah, this wasn't even an accidental and instant thing. This individual had been absolutely traumatized and paranoid and clearly afraid for her life, justifiably so, and then ultimately lost it to a paranoid maniac. You know, not paranoid, but to a maniac.
Yeah.
And you know, that's
part of the everyday.
That's the crummy part of the job.
What's the best part of being a firefighter?
Being the person that gets called or gets sent when somebody's having the absolute worst moment of their entire life. And it doesn't always have a happy ending, but from the moment that we arrive, things start to get better. There's hope. Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story. So we go on this heart attack call or chest pain call, and another Asian community and family, and the Asian thing matters. It's part of what makes it so funny.
For sure.
Okay. And so we go through the process. It's the patriarch of the family. Okay, he's stable. In loaded up with the medics, loaded up into the medic unit. Okay, he's on his way to even more better care. Awesome. We did our job. Yes. And then the daughter's there. It might have been granddaughter. I'm not sure because she was pretty young, but I'm going to guess her at about probably mid-20s.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, he's going, your dad or granddad, again, I forget the relationship. He's going to this hospital. Okay. Do you need directions to that hospital? She looks at me. She says, "Are you kidding?" And I go, "No." She says, "I'm female, I'm Asian, and I'm crying. I've got no business behind a wheel."
She knew. She knew.
And I'm just going, okay, do you have a friend that we can call to drive you? She says, "That's better." Yes.
A smart woman.
I thought to me, that was funny. And she was the one that made the joke, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, valid. She knows her roles.
Yeah. Recognize her limitations.
Yeah, she knows her limits.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty funny.
I want to shift gears a little bit and talk Seattle.
Okay.
As a firefighter,
Okay.
because clearly we know how Seattle is and Portland and all these
Yeah.
wildly run cities, even in the California.
Mm-hmm.
How did you see Seattle change over the 20 years of being there on the firefighting side of things?
Sure. That's a great question. And, it was kind of a slow decline just as the city got bigger and they were pushing more towards population density, trying to draw policies and so forth that were, political climate, countywide and so forth. We're trying to have higher population density and then have more services in there. And one of the things that's going to draw into you is you're going to have your mental health challenges.
Okay.
Right. But then what happened is the big shift was the permissive drug use. When they stopped
fighting it,
we stopped fighting it. When we started making it permissive. And
permissive as in legal or acceptable?
Well, they didn't even pass laws. They just didn't punish it.
Okay.
So, I can remember, one of the first instances, I'm sitting there and this lady's like, she's a heroin user. And she says, "Yeah, I'm having withdrawals." And the cop goes, "You want me to go get you a clean needle?" I'm looking at her going, "Do I need to slap you?" She does not need another hit of heroin. You're facilitating giving her having more drugs.
What's the benefit to that?
I think the argument, and
It makes sense.
I can't make it make sense, but I believe the argument that I have heard put out there is that, well, it's a clean needle, it's not a dirty needle, so it's going to stem the spread of HIV and Hep C.
Okay.
Now on the surface, that sounds like a, if A then B logical progression or logical argument. I just now I'm gonna share something here. When it was first posed to legalize weed in Washington for recreational use, I sat around a fire station with over 120 years of combined firefighting experience sitting around that table because I was torn at this. I was very much a goody two-shoes. I've never tried weed. I've never tried coke. I've never tried tobacco and alcohol. And I was 21 before I took my first drink. Okay. I was very much a rule follower in that degree. And I occasionally like a cigar. Never chewed habitually.
Okay.
But I looked around and I go, okay, this is a legitimate question. And with that 120 years of experience, not a single person could recall one call that they had been on that was either caused or aggravated by marijuana.
Okay.
I'm going, all right. Well, the libertarian in me says, well, if they want to do it, fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I went ahead and actually voted I voted for the legalization of marijuana in recreational use of marijuana in Washington. I've still never touched this stuff.
Okay.
That was absolutely horrible, and it's the single vote I wish I could take back. It was absolutely a terrible decision.
Why?
Because it opened the door for, now you go around there. See, the thing is, the rule says even when it's legal, you can't do it out in public. But now you can't go to a public park without somebody smoking or lighting up a joint.
For sure.
And it's like, yeah, but it's, and you look at them and go, would you stop that? It's legal. They tell you to fuck off. It's legal. It's legal for you to smoke in your house. It's not legal for you to smoke in a park.
Mm-hmm.
But it just became, oh, it's legal now. So now it becomes very, very permissive. And people are, I think I was largely ignorant about what the risks really were for weed use.
But what's the difference of somebody smoking a cigarette? Is it just weed's weed and that's what makes it so much different? I mean, was there like an increase in problems and crime?
Cigarette smoking was on the decline and has been for a long time.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
You know, part of it's because they tax the shit out of it, so it's so expensive.
Well, I mean, is there that big of a difference of a dude smoking a joint in a park versus a couple old dudes playing chess at the park smoking cigars?
That's a fair and
is it a preference? You just don't like the smell of it?
It's a bit of a preference there,
Okay.
but it's also, but it seems the thing is that now that it's more prevalent, we see it more in resulting in calls, in problems.
Like what?
People driving while high.
Okay. Crashing in the shit?
Yeah, crashing into shit. They're, now they're not driving 400 miles an hour. That's the guys on coke doing that. But they're driving 12, but they're doing it on the freeway.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. And so, yeah, I think it, and that's tough because I do like cigars. Yeah. So,
well, I mean, I get what you're saying because like we've gone to Vegas when they were competing a lot, and we were in Vegas all the time. You can't walk the streets anymore, and it's like
right, it stinks like weed. Right,
I get it.
Yeah,
right. For sure. But so, I just okay. Speaking of drugs,
yeah, okay,
fentanyl.
Yes.
So fentanyl hits the market.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people really think about the first responders having to deal with fentanyl. Mm-hmm. And just Narcaning dudes,
well,
all day, every day.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about that. When a drug dealer, when a new batch hits the street, okay, we'd see whether it was opiate-based, so heroin or fentanyl.
Okay.
We'd see a rash of calls go out, people with, CPRs because they OD'd. And you have a lot of public interest groups are the ones pushing for the first responders to carry the EMTs and the cops to carry Narcan. And even private citizens if they want to be a good Samaritan kind of a thing. So now the good thing about Narcan is if you do give it and there isn't opiates on board, you're not going to hurt them. It's one of those. It's not going to hurt you if you don't have opiates,
okay.
And it could save it because what it does is it blocks the opiate receptors in your blood from being able to allow the opiates to bond and do what they do. But one of the things that would happen is that if you'd get a habitual user, a frequent user that would die from a batch of either of those drugs, the drug dealers liked it because they could charge more money.
Because it's stronger, more potent.
Correct. You'd think it'd be, wait, we're killing our customers. That's bad. Throttle it back, boy. No. Make it stronger. Because if we lose one, 12 more people will come buy it from us instead of jack down the street because our stuff's stronger and they think they're ready for something stronger.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. So
where does the human mind go at that point where it splits? We're like, oh man, this dude just OD'd on this. Like, how do I get my hands on that? Like, right. Where does your mind split and be like, yeah, that's the path that
I want that. I don't know. I really don't. It doesn't compute to you and me.
No.
But at the same time, things like raising a family and having a home and paying taxes and contributing to society compute to you and me, and they don't compute to those people because they're looking for an escape. They want to get out.
For sure.
You and I go, no, we're here for a job. Whatever that, some of us don't know what our job is. That can be really frustrating for some people. For some people, it's like, no, I don't know what it is yet, but gosh darn it, I'm working hard. I'm trying to be a good member of society. I'm trying to be a good community, a good neighbor, a good friend.
Yeah.
So.
Is it crazy hitting somebody with Narcan and then like they just come back to life?
And they're mad as hell.
Are they?
They're mad as hell because you took their high away. it takes their high away like that. They when the medics would push the Narcan, they come up and they go, get ready. Somebody hold his arms. Like, okay. And it's like they're coming up like this because you just took their high away. I've seen it gobs of times. Seriously, they were dead, but they were still experiencing a high, and you took it away.
And they're mad about that.
And they're mad about it.
And you're dealing with that shit.
Yep.
Every day.
Correct.
Was there a shift in the time of you being a firefighter where it went from an average day helping an old lady, maybe a smoke detector call, to where did you ever see a shift where it was like, fuck, this is like our 9th fentanyl overdose today? I mean, did it ever get that bad for you guys?
It wasn't. Well, my worst day on that was we had 4 ODs inside of 2 hours in a 2-block radius.
Oh, so clearly a drop got made, and
The
then
drop got made. There was a couple in, and I was on. There was 3 events, and I was on 2 of them. I was on the one where it was a couple that OD'd together in their car in a parking lot of a Shucks or O'Reilly's, and that was a gob of us there working both of those people because you need medics for both. You need a batch of medics get sent for each. Even though it's one call, they treat it as 2 separate calls for staffing. So you got the staffing for one OD plus the full staffing for a second OD, even though they were in the same car, in the same parking lot. And then we got cleaned up from that. The engine went on one, and while the engine was on one, we got sent out. And the final one in that rotation was, well, she's probably 22. She had a 6-week-old kid, and she was DRT. We couldn't get her back. Like she was gone enough that we didn't even. Not that we didn't want to. She already had blood pooling. She had the lividity that we talked about. Yeah, she didn't have rigor yet, but she still had blood pooling. When you've got blood pooling, that's done, yeah. You don't bring that back.
She had a 6-week-old?
Yeah.
In her car?
In a crib. She was in a little basement apartment. I was so mad at the end of that. I was furious. Absolutely furious.
I couldn't even imagine. Like, going into a home and having a little baby in a crib with an OD'd mom. And that's the shit you guys are dealing with daily.
I wouldn't say that one wasn't daily.
Not you daily, but just our first responders.
Correct. Absolutely. The first responder community as a whole is dealing with that daily. Yes.
So as a man of faith.
Yes. I hope they knew Jesus.
Is it hard?
Yeah.
Just because
Sure.
Right? Because we look at things differently. And so when you're dealing with these people in their absolute worst moments of their life,
sure,
does it hit you differently being a believer? I mean, do you ever try to pray for these people or think about them afterward?
Think about them afterwards. I did notice you do get a condition that we call compassion fatigue.
For sure.
Where, your give a damn is busted. And in full disclosure, I'm not proud about this, but this is me being human, is there are times I wish that they didn't give us Narcan.
Why?
They made their choice. How many of them, how many
times have you helped this one individual?
Over and over and over and over again. Over again. And we're going to see him next week too. If we don't, A shift's going to see him. If A shift doesn't see him, D shift's going to see him.
The mental illness that just runs rampant in our cities.
By the way, Seattle does not have a homeless problem. Seattle has a drug problem, not a homeless problem. They have a drug problem. Because chronic drug use will lead to mental challenges. There are people that have mental challenges that turn to drugs because they're susceptible for it, and a dealer sees an opportunity for a repeat client. So one of the things that that political system did years ago was they closed all the mental institutions and turned all the people loose, put them out on the street.
Mm-hmm.
And as a man of faith, I want to have compassion, and I want to recognize that, look, this is not Sparta. We don't take people that are a little bit broken or not perfect and throw them off a cliff. We don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody is precious in God's eyes. And that's why I say I feel somewhat ashamed to say that I wish we didn't have Narcan, because there's always hope that somebody's going to get turned around. I've got a family member that got hooked on heroin.
Mm-hmm.
And the sequence of events it took for her to get out of that.
The numbers are not in their favor.
No, they're not. And I'm incredible. I love her. I care about her. I'm so glad she's putting her life together. But she knows it, that she's going to have lifetime obstacles from that series, that period of her life where she was making that series of choices. Right. And so, yeah, as a believer, every human is precious and important to God. How do we, as a civilized society, we need to have a place for the people that maybe can't function on their own. They need to have a safe place where they can be.
Yeah.
I don't believe in euthanizing and them harvesting their organs. Sorry, I'm not that guy.
No.
I'm not sorry about that. No, I'm not that guy. And I'm proud to say I'm not that guy. I was trying to be sarcastic with the sorry comment. But what does that look like? And I'm okay with my taxes having to pay for a certain amount of that. You know,
I would rather my taxes, not all, but I would have no problem supporting if we had legitimate facilities that were helping the drug
100%.
because it's what do we do with them? And
Well,
I don't know your exact words. What you used, emotional fatigue. Would you say
Compassion fatigue?
compassion fatigue? That is probably the best way of describing it because you're dealing with it day in and day out and day in and day out.
Sure.
I'd say 5-10 years in.
Right.
I'm just throwing a number out. Like
Right.
you start to like, oh, here's Susan again. She just OD'd. Ping. All right, see you next week, Susan. Like,
Yeah.
and it gets to that point where you're just like, fuck, like how many times are we gonna have to be here? It's just like the frequent flyers for cops.
Yeah. We call them
Guy-
frequent flyers.
The guy gets drunk, beats his wife again. They're like, they hear the address. They're like, oh, it's Jeff. Okay,
Right.
we get okay. Get ready. He's gonna be a fighter.
Right.
Same shit.
Right.
This compassion fatigue builds on you, and I think that's something that the everyday American, or just as in our society, we don't even consider
Right.
because it's just we want to hear it and be like, oh, you should care for everybody. But I mean, 20 years in, you're like, man, if like this is. You're watching your city fund these drugs
Yes.
and not do anything for these people, and just leave them out to the streets, and here you guys are cleaning it up.
2 blocks from my station, they opened up a wet house. Now, a wet house is a place where it's free housing, and they let the occupants drink all they want while they're in there.
Like, what is that helping?
It's not. Now, here's the funny thing. There was the author's Malcolm Gladwell. I think he's written 4 or 5 books. I forget which one it was in, which book it was in, but it's a sequence of stories. And he talked about there was this cop, I want to say, I think it was in Vegas, but they kept having to pick up this guy and pick up the same guy over and over and over and over again. Well, they got him into a place. My understanding is that it's a cost savings to provide these people with a place where they sit and drink themselves into a stupor, in an inside place, rather than doing it because if they do it on the curb or on the sidewalk, then the passers-by call 911. Hey, there's a guy down there. I think he's dead. Okay, so now we go tearing up the resources that it takes to go respond to that, pick that guy up, put him in an ambulance, take him to the hospital.
Taxpayer dollars,
because he's not going to pay for it.
Nope.
So the taxpayers absorb the cost one way or another from the medical care, from when he gets picked up, transported, to when he gets released or self-releases, walks out of the hospital when he sobers up enough to walk out of the hospital.
it's right back to it.
And right back up doing the same thing over again. It actually ends up being lower cost to the taxpayers to Hey, we'll give you a room, Charlie. You just sit there and drink yourself into a stupor there, and then when you pass out there, they don't call they don't call 911. Problem is that the staff isn't. They don't hire staff to be able to evaluate that person.
Qualified staff.
So now the staff calls 911. Yeah, Charlie passed out. We don't know what to do. He passed out. He's drunk. That's why he's here.
He's on his 5th Fireball bottle today.
Yeah. Second, 5th.
Yeah.
So if you're going to have that program, you need to have skilled people there that can actually make a quality assessment. Is this a 911 call, or is this, no, he just needs to sleep it off?
Yeah, and that defeats the whole purpose.
And it kind of defeats the whole purpose. So now we're back into this vicious circle. And you know, to your point, I'm good with a hand up. You know, you want to put people on welfare for a long time. Now, I know I'm going to make some people mad, but you want to put people. I'm okay with taking welfare benefits and tripling them, but they sunset. You got 2 years. If you got kids, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pay for free. We're going to pay for free childcare for your kids, and you're going to go to class. And if you don't show up to class and you don't pee clean every other week, we're going to send you to a vocational skill place, and you're going to learn something. And
I'm with you on that, but yeah, 100%.
I mean,
I could get behind that, but they would have to be routine drug tests
weekly,
and there would have to be a lot with it. But that's how you would help. I got 2 years to get my life on track. I would rather pay for 2 years, and then once that 2 years up, it's done, rather than some family that's generationally been on welfare.
Correct.
Now the kids are on it because their parents were on it, and so that's just the cycle they're in. Instead of being like, you got 2 years to get your shit together.
Right. So
here's all the resources. Here's childcare. That would probably be way cheaper than just a lifelong
than a lifelong dependent
welfare.
Because then at 24 months, you're done, or whatever is determined to be
for sure
that you're done. Now, if you need to go to rehab first because you got to get clean, okay, I'm fine. You want to? I'll give you one on taxpayer dime.
Yeah. See, I would rather my money be going to helping our own people than fucking Ukraine or Israel or any other piece of shit ass countries that are just raping us on our taxes. And it's like,
well, yeah.
And here we are, the greatest country in the world. But I mean, I just posted a video the other day. This blind homeless woman's like, this kid he hears her screaming.
Right.
The government shut down. There's no buses. She doesn't even know how to get home. She's blind. She's like, the buses aren't running. Like, and he ends up giving her a ride. But I'm like, we have people living like that in our streets.
100%. And that's wrong. That's wrong.
And we're just funding everybody else around the world. Like that's where I could see if my taxpayers were going to that, okay.
Sure. And if we stop spending, look, I don't know enough about what's really going on between Israel and Gaza or in between Ukraine and Russia to be able to make a hard decision on should we pick a side. The thing is that how about if we stay the hell out of it?
That's the side.
I
pick the side of the United States.
Yes.
And worrying about us.
Right. And if we've got vets that are and the vet community is highlighted in this one because you've got the stereotypical vet that's homeless and, sleeping on the street. That's not okay to me. Now, I when I say stereotypical, I'm not meaning that flippant, but there's a stereotype of that happened from that generation. And I think a lot of it happened from the guys coming back from Vietnam. You don't hear a lot of it from guys coming back that guys went that direction after they came back from World War II. And I think a lot of that stemmed from how the soldiers were received coming back from Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I do appreciate about the difference between the guys coming back from whether it was GWAT or even prior to, even the people that were against the efforts, they said we're against the efforts, but we're still supporting our soldiers. Yeah. And that was a big change, and I think that a change for the better. You can be against foreign policy. Fine. You can argue about that foreign, do it the right way. Mm-hmm. Let's bring about change. Let's bring about some education. Let's make some good decisions. Yep. I don't want to be the world's big brother. I don't want to be the world's cop.
There's no need to be.
I don't want to do that.
No.
We
have enough of our own problems.
If
our roads were paved in gold and our infrastructure wasn't falling apart and everybody had a livable wage and we weren't getting absolutely raped on taxes, cool.
Right.
Okay, country needs us. They're an ally, a legit ally. Cool, 100% support it. But
how about this? How about look if Joe and Martha U.S. citizen want to spend their own dollars to donate to Ukraine or Gaza or Palestine, I don't care which one it is.
Yeah.
Joe and Mary, U.S. citizen, write your checks all you want.
Yep.
Right?
There's a GoFundMe. Go support it.
But I'm curious, were there any countries around the world that sent us aid after the Palisades fire? How about any countries around the world that sent United States aid after the storms that hit the East Coast? And those are just in recent memory, right? No, I'm not saying that I want to send somebody a bill. No, but I want to take care of our own first.
Yep.
We got a lot of work we can do
America
there.
first. That's how my mind works. Like
so,
it blows my mind.
But when you talk about the mental health of the first responders, I want to say it was 2018 or 2019 that suicide overtook us for line of duty deaths.
Really?
Yeah.
More first responders were killing themselves than being killed in the line of duty.
In any other way. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a big. That's
huge, right?
Like, what's the driving force behind that?
The stuff we see that we can't unsee.
Yeah.
And like you said, we get a career of it.
The smells, the sounds.
Sure. And here's the thing. In years past, there was a machismo. Am I saying that right? I think I'm pronounced. There was a machismo in being a cop or a fireman, right? Tough it out, kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all have a different capacity for that kind of to process those kinds of things.
Absolutely.
We're basically one way to sum up our job is we're paid to deal with and see and handle things that the rest of the world doesn't want to do or cannot handle.
Yeah.
So you got to pay somebody to do that. Just like you might pay somebody to re-roof your house because you either don't know how or don't want to.
Yeah.
Or it's too hard for you. Well, you're going to pay somebody to do it. Well, you're paying for people to do jobs for society that you don't want to do. You see some crummy stuff. I mean, we when I sat with Andy, we kind of laughed and we joked about the enormously obese person that lost, a foot-long sandwich and their remote in their folds of fat sitting on the couch. Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. People that are so fat sitting on the couch that they you go to, you help them up to get them to whatever, and all of a sudden, you're taking a blood pressure. You got to move the fat, and a remote falls out of the folds of fat. Oh, gross.
Oh,
I'm so glad I'm wearing gloves. I wish I was wearing 3 pair.
You said a sandwich too?
Yeah. Just goes missing.
How's that person surviving?
Not very well.
How do they make money?
They're on assistance. They've got to be on some form of assistance, whether it's from friends, family, or the government.
Yeah, probably from the government. And you're weighing 600-700 pounds. How does that I have a problem with?
I have kind of a problem with it, right?
That is wild.
I've been on those calls, not just one. It's gross.
Oh, for sure. What's the smell like?
Horrible. Because when they go to the bathroom, even if they can make it to the toilet, they can't clean themselves properly. Getting them to bathe is
impossible.
Now, I've also been to a call of an older man that was having neurological problems, like he had some advanced diabetes, so he couldn't really do a lot of stuff himself. And the poor guy's in tears. He says, "I just want some help. Does somebody come over here and help me take a shower a couple times a week?"
That's sad.
That broke my heart, because that's a guy who's trying and wanting, and he wasn't morbidly obese. He had a degenerative condition that he couldn't without assistance. And he was having a hard time getting his assistants to approve, to cover somebody coming in more often and to increase the level of care that he needed.
Give free drugs and shots and needles and everything to the homeless and all these other drug addicts, but a guy that legitimately needs some assistance.
Yes, and that breaks your heart.
I just can't. That's where it's like, how do we sit here and claim that we're the greatest country and we have people living like this, millions of people living like this?
I don't think we got millions, but we got a lot.
You don't think so?
Millions, a lot of people.
Is it?
It's a lot of people. But I don't know. I'm not.
Okay, tens of thousands of people.
Sure. I think that's pretty easy when you look at all the cities across the town, across the country. Yeah. And they're predominantly in the cities.
Mm-hmm. That's sad.
Yeah, it is. It's terribly sad.
Yeah.
I
mean, I saw a video and this person's bones were sticking out of, I want to say it was their leg or their knee. Like, it was bone. Like, the body had rotten and died.
Yeah.
And is deteriorating. There's flies all over it. And I'm like, we have people living like this in our streets.
Correct. We do.
They have sores.
Yep.
I saw a guy the other day. I think it was these 3 fingers were black. Looked like frostbite. Like Mr. Deeds, And
you posted that. I saw that. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Right.
This dude's hand's dying, and he's living in the streets.
Well, it's not dying. It's dead.
Dead. Well, at least that part of it,
that's the issue. And if he doesn't get that properly attended, it's going to spread to the rest of his body.
The fact that it hasn't gone septic, it blows my mind. That it's that far gone where it's black and mummified.
Yeah.
Living on our streets, and here we are, like,
right.
Oh, here you go, Israel. Here's another $1 billion.
But the problem with that is there an enormous amount of people that are on the streets.
Want to be on the streets.
They want to be there because what they don't want to do is they don't want to embrace the responsibility that it takes to get off of the streets.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Jeff Foxworthy had a joke. We're all a couple of bad decisions away from hanging drywall for a living, right? And there's some humor to that, but we could all make a couple of bad decisions and find ourselves in a real bad way. But the thing is that the moment you decide to start making better ones, there are private organizations, not governments, that'll say, tell you what, do you need a bed? A safe bed in the basement of our church. We will give you 3 meals a day and a safe bed, but you got to not drink. You got to not whore yourself out. There's a certain code of behavior that you have to adhere to. You adhere to this behavior, we'll give you a hand. We'll help you get work clothes and you can go get on a work crew.
It'll never happen.
We'll pack a brown bag lunch for you so that you've got a lunch and you could go to, take the bus, get yourself to a work crew, and you can begin rebuilding your life. There are private organizations that will do that. And that's a beautiful thing. And those are the people that you want to stand back and just cheer for. Mm-hmm. Hey, you decided to start making better choices. I care about that. And I don't know if the camera's showing. I'm starting to tear up a little bit because that's this kind of stuff that you want to go, how do we value that?
Yeah. How do we put more energy into
How do we put more energy, more emphasis into people that are wanting to make themselves better?
What's the percentage? I mean,
I don't know.
I watched this guy, he drives around. He's like, I'll give you a job right now.
Right.
Get in. I'll give you a job. I'll buy you a flight to Florida. You'll go through a rehab that I'll pay for, and then I'll hire you. And the majority of people are like, I'm good.
Right.
I watched a documentary not too long ago where this guy followed kids around in like Huntington Beach or something like that. And he's doing everything he can to help them. And
they don't want it. Correct.
Straight back to, he's even bringing them in his home. He's got these kids living on his living room floor.
Right.
And they just disappear for weeks and they'd show back up and they're on the beach all slammed up and he's just like, what the fuck? He's like, I'm trying everything I can. And it's just this mental mindset. Mm-hmm. That's what, and I haven't dealt with it enough to know just the bowels of the homeless, mentally ill community that's on the streets.
Sure.
But it's really sad. I mean, it's like, how do we help people that just don't want it?
Sure. And that's the thing.
Or just shit all over it.
Well, there's a book that I recommend to people that have basically kids and starting at about the age of your kids. Your kids don't need the book. It's a great book. But it's called Do Hard Things. With your daughters having won national championships in Taekwondo. It doesn't matter if it's synchronized pumpkin carving. They put the effort into the discipline to when it wasn't what they wanted to do, when it was Christmas Day or whatever needed to do to do something with excellence. Mm-hmm. As parents, you guys have done a marvelous job of showing your kids what it looks like to pursue excellence.
Thank you.
And I think that one of the things I've told our sons is if you spend your life chasing happiness It will elude you. It's going to be like smoke. You can smell it, you can taste it, you can see it, but when you try to grab it, there's nothing there. But if you pursue excellence, happiness will find you. Now, one of the important things is to see if you can, as believers, find joy in the pursuit of that excellence. Because joy and happiness are some distinctly different things.
100%.
I'm not a wordsmith. I probably would have a hard time defining the difference, but in my brain, in my heart, I can feel, no, there's a difference between joy and happiness.
Joy lasts forever. Happiness. You can buy happiness. You can't buy joy. That's when people say, oh, money can buy happiness. 100%. And then you have these people who are like, oh, money can't buy happiness. I truly believe you can buy that quick fix happiness. Oh, I got a new car, got a new truck, bought a home.
Yeah.
Joy is when you lay down at night and you're like, oh man,
right.
Got a roof over my head.
Yep.
I got a healthy family.
Which starts with gratitude. Gratitude for what you have, right? Mm-hmm. So, which kind of is a nice way of bringing us back to what we first started, I think before the recording started, was I'm grateful for what I have. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, we got a difficult hand dealt to us, but I don't believe that God gives us anything that we can't handle. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, we may have to lean on him to get through it, but is that a bad thing? I don't think so. Mm-mm. So it's sort of looking at obstacles or events that don't happen to us, but they happen for us, and saying, okay, God, this is difficult. What do you want me to learn as a result of this? Mm-hmm. And I don't think... You know, you hear the people that want to argue against theology about, well, how could a loving God allow a child to have cancer? I don't know. Ask him.
Yeah.
But what I think how I approach and respond to the challenges is a whole lot more indicative of my value system and what kind of an example I can be. Mm-hmm. Right. And I'm not claiming moral high ground here. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I'm telling you, I've been so full of rage and anger over how that went down and what that did. Yeah, there are days it's really tough.
I don't even imagine.
There's days it's really tough.
Let's shift gears into that.
Yeah.
So we're kind of bringing that up. Walk me through the day that you were told that you were no longer allowed to be a firefighter after 20 plus years.
Okay. We had a little bit of a warning that it was going to come, that it was going to happen. So the day that we were told was actually October 18th and 19th.
Okay.
Because that was the deadline to have one of the available COVID shot sequences have their effectiveness. Because anytime you have a shot or an inoculation of any kind, whether it's a vaccine or not, and I think there's legitimate arguments that whether or not it's actually a vaccine. They actually had to change the definition of a vaccine in order to have this fall under that criteria. So I choose to call it a shot, not a vaccine.
100%.
But that's just me. So on August 8th, the now former governor, Jay Inslee of Washington, announced a mandate of the COVID shot sequence for every worker that fell under their authority. And the day after, then Mayor Jenny Durkin of the city of Seattle issued her own mayoral decree that all the city employees had to have the COVID shot sequence. Mm-hmm. You could apply for, and when they were challenged, of course you can apply for religious or medical exemptions. Okay. So I filled out their form. They put a form together and I filled it out. And I put it under a religious objection. And the reason that I put on the form, our union advised us to be as brief as possible. Okay, fine. I know guys that wrote pages or paragraphs and paragraphs and cited Bible verses. Great, fine. Our union advised us to be as brief as possible. Okay. To the best of our ability to understand and learn and know, turned out to be true, but for all the information that we could find on the available options, they had all been developed using tissue from an aborted fetus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not okay with that. And that's what I put down in there. Period, full stop. So that turned out to be true.
Yep.
Yeah. And so now there are plenty of people that are, well, let's get back. Let's stay on track on that one, just because I don't want to lose the train. So that mandate came out in on August 9th. They had put a deadline on us to submit our form of the religious exemption, and I was actually a couple of days late on submitting my form. And I wasn't trying to be a stinker about it. It was just I wanted to make sure that I used the right verbiage and kept it as short as possible. Okay. I needed to be complete but short.
Okay.
And so I was also working an absolute metric ton of overtime.
Why?
We were a single income household.
Okay.
Let's back up for just a half a minute. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
So I met my amazing wife in 2013. We had each been through a divorce, and she was a single mom working 3/4 time at Starbucks, supporting 2 boys.
Okay.
And doing a pretty amazing job of that. We met online, eHarmony, and we went.
You guys.
Yeah, we went back and forth with some messages there. I really like the way she tells the story. But anyway, so we started dating. We dated for a couple of weeks. But one of the things is that we found attractive about one another is we each had deal breakers. Like, no. Now, the list wasn't like 49 items long. It was just really a few. Like, no, I'm this. These are the deal breakers, and I want to know what yours are. Because if it doesn't work, I was 36 when I found myself single again. Mm-hmm. And you'd go on a date with an age-appropriate lady, and almost all of them had kids. And so it's like, okay, I'm going to sign up to do this. I'm not going, oh, those are your kids. We're just being married. No, those... I'm going to sign up. I'm in. And if they didn't want a guy that was all in, I wasn't their guy. And I just wanted to figure that out right away. So, as did she. She wanted to make sure that she was getting somebody that was all in, that wasn't just, oh yeah, I'm, here to shoplift the pootie off of a single mom.
Yeah.
That kind of a thing. So, we got married in June of 2015. And the boys were going to a public school. They had just started a new school in a different area. They just completed their first year.
Okay.
And, but we decided that we really wanted to give the kids a stay-home parent. And because of what was going on in the public schools.
Yeah.
We were not... we're absolutely not against homeschooling. We ended up doing a form of homeschooling. But in the beginning, it was no. We got the kids going to this. We want to make sure that they don't come home to an empty house. So the second income for our household was me working overtime.
Okay.
And so 6 months after we got married, she came home from Starbucks, and she was a stay-home mom, and I was just working a lot of overtime. And it meant I missed a lot of stuff, which that part sucked.
For sure.
But when I look at the young men that our sons are at 21 and 22,
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't change that. I don't look at it as a sacrifice, because a sacrifice means you gave up something better for something less. It's a trade-off. I traded off certain things, but what we got in the end was way better. It was better for them.
Yeah.
So if they came home with some cockamamie crap that got taught in school, she was right there ready to wash that shit out of their brain.
Have to be.
Yes. And, you know, we were able to, we had to adjust lifestyle. So it was, we were not driving fancy new cars. Our vacations were a long weekend road trip, and that's it.
Yep.
I wish I could have taken our kids on some more trips and done some more traveling with them, but we didn't have it.
Yeah.
I had some debt. I had way more debt than she did to clean up after the divorce. She had a little bit, but I also made a lot more money. So, we buckled down, scaled back our lifestyle. We didn't go out to eat. And within 7 years, we had paid off all of our debt, every penny. We were still renting. And we had enough for a down payment on a house saved. And that's when we got canned. So, thankfully, we had that little poke saved up because that's what kind of our transition. In hindsight, I probably would have been better to get a small business loan, but because the interest rate would have been lower.
Yeah.
But Ramsey would kill us, but we've ended up putting a bunch on credit cards because we were just trying to get through. Winters have been slow. We've had a slow winter every winter since, with being a contractor.
Yeah.
Now, I was raised in that environment. So, I mean, when I was 7, I was framing walls. When I was 12, I was setting tile and sweating pipes. So I was blessed that I had a skill set that I could turn to when a lot of my colleagues didn't. I had friends that were adamantly against the shot sequence, some for secular purposes, some for religious purposes, that relented and took the shot because they said, I'm doing this for my family.
Okay, so back to the shot.
Yeah, sorry. So,
when they told you had to get the COVID shot,
yep.
and you're like, absolutely not, which I'm 100% for, like,
Yep.
not getting the shots.
Sure.
Did you have a lot of support in the department, or were you one of like a few guys?
70 of us. Here's the funny thing. That's a great question. That's a really important question. So when that happened, we were a union thing, and unions in Washington are very, very different than unions here. They're actually quite powerful because the government willingly gives them the control.
Yeah.
So they called special meetings and said, hey, what's going on? What's this? What's that? And so there was a vote that was forced by one of the members. They followed Robert's Rules of Orders, and they said, no, we're going to force a vote. Okay, fine. It came back as a 70%, give or take 1 or 2. So a supermajority. Typically, a supermajority is 66%, 2/3.
Okay.
It came back greater than a supermajority that the union should oppose the mandates. Now, that's not saying if an individual thinks the shots are great, go get one.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
But the union came back with an extra high participation percentage. Just the percentage of people that vote is statistically very low, even in our presidential elections.
Yeah.
Right? It's really a small number of people that actually vote.
Yes.
Same thing at the union level, at least in our union. But this time, a huge percentage voted, and it was overwhelmingly, no, union, union leadership, your executive elected members, you need to oppose these shots. And they didn't. They rolled over.
Oh, shit.
They rolled over. I don't have any proof, but I'm absolutely convinced they took some form of a payoff.
Oh, every time. How many firefighters ended up getting let go?
70, almost 70.
75. Seattle lost 70 firefighters
from a uniformed number of about 1,000 in the fire department. They lost 70.
How do you?
And they were already in a staffing crisis.
That's what I was going to say. How do you restaff 70 firefighters like
can't.
that?
And they've lost even more. So
I don't understand this shit. Like, this is the stuff where
but that's
you look at the leadership and you're just like, what? Like, how is somebody that's
stop right there. You look at the leadership.
But I'm
That's
talking
it.
if you're the dumbest liberal on the planet, which the majority of them all seem to be the same. I'm not saying Republicans are any better,
Right.
but when you see these idiots in these
Right.
in these positions of city count, whatever it is, and they're
Right.
like, yeah, we're gonna force this is for the greater good, that we're gonna force 70 firefighters out of our community that we're already not staffed enough with. This makes sense. Like, that's the shit where I'm like, why are these people in this position?
Well, they lied. A few days before the deadline, the fire chief is on record, went on video, like, yeah, we've only had 6 people that haven't applied for an exemption or have submitted proof of vaccination.
How is this fire chief? Is he a sellout?
Oh, he's absolutely abysmal.
Yeah.
Absolutely abysmal. He's a DEI hire and he's a DEI promoter.
There you go.
He came out of California. He actually was just past. He was in the running to go back to California to be the chief of LA City, and they didn't hire him. He's as unethical and crooked as they come.
What's his name?
Harold Scoggins.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's the guy that carries around a photocopy of a receipt of his great granddad who was sold as a slave, and when you start to challenge him on something, he pulls that out and starts waving that in your face.
Yeah.
That's Harold Scoggins. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes, and our fire department, our once very well respected fire department that was aggressive, hard charging, did good things, has absolutely plummeted since he became chief.
DI hires, man.
I'm so angry at him. I'm probably more angry at him for what he's done to my old fire department than what he did to me.
And you lost everything, right?
We lost almost everything material.
So your retirement,
I have.
How does it work?
Everybody's retirement. Every retirement system is going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
So I was able to retain the value of my pension that I had earned.
At 21 years, how many years did you do?
21 years and 11 months, so almost 22
years. Okay.
Okay, I was able to retain that, but the problem is the way that it builds or could build. I'm at a third of what I could have made, and we're taking a huge penalty drawing early. But my wife and I crunched the math, and we went, all right, we're going to take the penalty to draw early. So take a third, and then a whole lot less than that.
Because of taxes and everything else.
Well, no, it is
being
taxed,
penalized.
but there's a penalty for drawing early.
Yeah.
So we got the early draw penalty. It's like, nah, we need the breathing room for wintertime. Now we've been blessed this last summer, spring. As a business, we were doing real well.
Yeah.
We had a pretty big job that was. We offered great value for the client, gave her an amazing product, and she's very happy with it. But it was a big job that we got a lot of. It was profitable for our company.
Good.
Ethically.
What's the name of your company?
Freedom Contracting Services.
And then, so that was a pivot.
Yes.
Did you know immediately when you were being canned as a firefighter, like that was it? Or was there like this whole like, oh shit moment where you guys were just trying to figure out life? Or did you know immediately like, okay, this is the path I have to take?
We had the oh shit moment about, oh crap, what's it going to do? This, and we're looking at what other options do we have? And that was the option. Because even though I worked overtime, I still never really pulled my foot all the way out of that world. I was helping friends or remodeling a house that I was living in or doing things like that.
Okay.
And so I had those skills, and I had a pretty decent assortment of the tools that I would need. I've had to buy more tools than I thought that I would have to buy in order to be able to do it on a professional level, as sole income.
Yeah.
But we've managed that. So yeah, it's a friend of ours sold us a trailer for a song and a dance, which was great. So I could put the tools in the trailer.
Yeah.
And we had a pickup truck that could tow the trailer safely, and so it's like, all right, I'm a contractor. So we originally filed in Washington because we were still living there.
Yep.
And in Washington, you could file as a sole proprietorship, at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night online. So we filled it out online. Boom, here's your number. Okay, great. Got on the internet. We got, the appropriate contractors' insurances. We went down to the State Department of Labor and Industries. We filed that paperwork, and we were now a business.
Yeah.
And so we stayed as a sole proprietor because by the time we figured that out, it's like, look, if this really plays out and they don't balk and like invite everybody back after a month, then this is what we're going to do, and we're going to leave town. We're not going to stay in Washington, because at that juncture,
Sucks.
you couldn't. Washington Western Washington was reacting in such a way. You couldn't go out to dinner. You couldn't go shopping.
Yeah.
You had to show a vaccine passport everywhere. Everybody wanted to see your vax card.
Mm-hmm.
And, so it's like, yeah, the train was headed the direction that we were going to be relegated to second-class citizens and restricted. We could still buy gas at the fuel pump because you didn't have to go in and talk to anybody. And the grocery store still wasn't requiring vax cards, but that was it.
It was insane.
It was people had lost their minds.
Yeah, it showed. I was the best part about all of that was I got to teach the family of how people truly act during these times, and open their eyes up to it. And so it's the majority of these people are they'll just go with the flow.
Right.
Like we call it the 99%. Like
Sure.
when you get on like Facebook and Instagram and you're just looking at people's comments, you're like, man, these fucking people are morons. Like, they're absolutely. It's 99% of the world.
Sure.
You just, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a mask on and I'm just gonna do this.
Right.
When the shots came out, it was the wildest thing to me because we were already anti-vax before we were before the trend, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Because of our oldest got just a routine vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
How old were you, kid?
5.
Yeah, she was 5. I'm driving back to Vegas. I was working in Vegas at the time, and the wife calls me, and she's like, get the fuck here, screaming on the phone. She went in for a routine vaccine shot at 5 for school.
Right.
2 days later, has a grand mal seizure that lasted like 13 minutes.
Oh, goodness.
She didn't come out of it until the paramedic showed up, hit her with something, and then she came out.
Would have been Valium, most likely.
Something. Yeah. I was almost in Vegas by this point, and we get home, we go to the hospital. No answers there. We end up at Chalk's Children's Hospital through Christmas Eve and all this crazy shit. Looking at all these kids with cancer. It was a horrible experience. Like you want to talk about humbling. Like
Sure.
Going to Chalk's Children's Hospital and seeing what these kids are battling is that'll check you real quick. And we do all the tests, the scans, everything, and the doctors go, sometimes the brain has a hiccup, and we just don't know. And my wife was like, fuck no, vaccine 2 days ago.
Right.
Like, let's put the pieces together.
Right.
So when all this shit came out, we were like, 100% no, you can just get fucked. Sure. We're not sticking anything in our kids.
It's interesting because let's talk about the smallpox vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay. So when it was originally happened, and a lot of people want to, when it comes to the vaccine mandates, a lot of people want to point towards the Jacobson versus Massachusetts case, where the Supreme Court ruled that you can mandate a vaccine. Okay. Let's look at the whole story. 1, smallpox had a 30% mortality rate of people that showed symptoms. That means 30% of people that got symptoms died.
Yep.
COVID had less than 1% of people that were symptomatic died. Okay. 2, the smallpox vaccine was what they call a sterilizing vaccine, or meant it worked. It actually stopped. If you got the vaccine, you didn't get smallpox. It stopped it. We knew by the time we were fired, and we have documentation that the city knew this, that the COVID shots did not stop people from getting COVID, right? So, and 3, the last bit of that Jacobson ruling, if you don't want to take the shot, pay a $5 fine. Have a nice day. And they conveniently leave that line out. So $5 from 1905 adjusted to today's dollars, I think Jacobson was 1905, is a little less than $200.
Done.
Yeah. So if you're gonna cite, the Supreme Court says, well, yeah, but you got to cite what it all says. Yep. Jacobson, you could pay a fine. Now, one of the things that was so cool about the Iditarod, the origins of the Alaskan Iditarod race, is they had a viral outbreak in the Alaskan village of Iditarod. Did you know that this is the history of this?
No.
And so what it was a truly heroic job, because it was in the bad of winter, nothing could make it through except dog sleds. So one big ballsy dude and a bunch of badass dogs brought a real vaccine to those people.
That's some gangster shit.
That's some gangster shit, right? That's back when men had forearms this big because they were cutting down redwoods with double bit axes. But the point is that if you're, the concept of a vaccine, I think is absolutely beautiful. It actually works with God's creation of our immune system. You give it an introduction to something that's dead that can't hurt you. It develops, it learns how to recognize it and then builds an antibody system around it. But what's shitty about all the vaccines, and this is something I've learned since then, when you start peeling back the curtain and digging, is all the other crap they put in it.
Yeah, it's not just the vaccine.
Not just the vaccine. And so if you go, wait a minute here. A vaccine that has a 6-month shelf life at room temperature is $20. But a vaccine that has a 24-hour shelf life and has to be refrigerated is $500. I'll take the $500 one because it doesn't have any preservatives in it. Yeah. I'm not opposed to that. But why in the world are we giving a hepatitis B vaccine to a baby?
Babies.
When what is hepatitis B transmitted by? Drug use and sex with people that have hepatitis B.
See, our youngest, after her incident, when we had our youngest,
Right.
the wife was like, fuck no.
Right.
Because then you start looking at these vaccines, you're like, oh, it's just this vaccine. But then when you look into it, it's a cocktail of vaccines.
Correct.
And it's like, why are we giving infants,
Right.
brand new baby child to this world, and we're just poop, 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 poop.
Right.
And then we wonder where SIDS is coming from, where these kids have all these learning disabilities. And
well, and I've heard people argue, and I'm not an immunologist, and I'm not a virologist, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
And I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn last night. But I've heard experts in this say, yeah, they're not against vaccines, but they say, yeah, the immune system isn't mature enough to handle a vaccine until they're 10 or 12. So even if we are going to be looking at giving somebody a vaccine and it doesn't have all the crap in it, why don't we wait until they're 10 or 12 or till the immune system's actually developed, working, and can actually properly handle that?
You let them get some breast milk in them and start developing first before we start pumping the shit. What's the craziest thing to us is we know this family. Their dad's a doctor.
Yeah.
And they got all of their kids vaccinated and all of the boosters to go on a vacation.
Right.
And after we watched this, these kids developed so many problems.
Isn't that sad?
They would break out with these rash-looking sores on their bodies, and they would. Our kids would come and be like, "Oh, so and so just threw up," and they're like, "Yeah, I guess it's normal now." Kids were just throwing up randomly, and the mom's just like, "Yeah, they just do this," and we're sitting here like,
right.
We weren't seeing any of this, we weren't hearing any of this before the shots, and then now we're a year later, and your kids are constantly ill, constantly having these problems and rashes and sores, throwing up randomly. They're not sick, they just do that now. And we're sitting here like, what the
right.
What?
Yeah.
Because for a vacation, I don't want to like throw shade on the people that got your kids vaccinated, but y'all fucked up big time by doing it. And I know, just follow the science. My biggest thing in this family is if the government is telling me we have to do it, we are 100% not doing it. Because these people are like, oh, the government has our best interests.
Yeah, that one's tough.
That's just how our mind works. Oh, you guys should really start doing this instead. Nah, I'm good. We're good. We're good. Why do I need to introduce something to my children? We're cruising. Yeah, everyone's healthy.
Right.
The craziest part is none of us. I've never even had a COVID test. We were so like we didn't play.
Yeah, I had to get.
I know dudes had to get it, and like I
had to get the test because I came down. I had some symptoms, and they were harping on me about other guys at work that could have gotten exposed, and
even though they were all vaccinated.
No, this was before the vaccine.
Okay.
So this was a full year before the vaccines were even available. So, well, because I started, now it was probably 8 months before they were available, because I remember I got COVID, it was right before Thanksgiving, and I know it because I love Thanksgiving and I couldn't smell or taste anything, so that one sucks.
Sucks.
Yeah. So, and yeah, so they were harping on me, and I was like, I'm against, because I knew that they were by that time. So that would have been fall of 20. By that time, I knew they were misrepresenting the data, and I didn't want to contribute to the data that they were misrepresenting. Right.
For sure.
But I did it as a courtesy to my coworkers, because that meant that if they got it from me, then their sick time was covered. They didn't have to burn their own sick time.
Okay.
And because I couldn't point to anybody at work that I got it from, even though I was working overtime all over the place, they said, "Oh yeah, you got to burn your sick time." And I said, "So you're making me burn my sick time? You're saying me I can't come, even though I feel fine? Yeah, you have to say." I was mad about that. I was hot about that.
Bet.
So they weren't saying, back at a time when the federal government was doling out slush funds to cover people, the businesses cover their expenses of giving people free sick time when they had COVID symptoms, because they didn't want the spread of COVID.
Yeah.
Now, part of Mayor Durkin's mayoral director number 9 said, if you don't take the COVID shots, you have to mask and test. Fine, I'll mask and test. And so what ended up happening is my religious exemption was accepted. Like, we received your, because it was an email submission or online submission. Yep, I got an email back. Yep, we received your thing. Stay tuned for what our ruling is. Okay. A couple of days later, yes, your exemption has been approved. Stay tuned.
Cool.
Okay. And then it came back, yeah, we're not going to accommodate you.
Was there when this all came out, you couldn't like band together and do like this big class action lawsuit or anything like that? You were just fired and that was it?
Well, we did try an injunction to stay in court, and that got shot down because the judges in Washington it was state court, and it was all liberal appointed judges.
Yeah.
So they were all radical lefties. So we started in a court in Eastern Washington. That's where it was filed, hoping to get at least a better perspective. And the governor sent his lawyers over, and they said, no, this needs to be heard in a court in Olympia, because it was a governor's proclamation, so it needs to be heard here.
And your chiefs weren't standing up and fighting?
Oh, no, the chiefs were rolling over. They were telling us we need to.
Damn, dude, what a bunch of sellouts.
Exactly. There was one chief that there was a couple of chiefs in that region. I believe the Tacoma chief stood up for his guys, Toriano Green.
Good.
Central Pierce, which is started out as a collection of smaller towns, but they band together. Pierce is a county,
okay.
So they put together a larger authority that's multiple small towns put together so that they could have better resources and cross train and better staffing pool. And Central Pierce actually hired a number of our guys after they got terminated. And
you couldn't get on with anything?
I wasn't aware that they were doing that.
Oh.
Because basically when that happened, I made the decision. I disconnected from the social networking that we had, and I said, look, I need to focus on my future.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to put effort into this. I have to get a business off the ground.
Okay.
And in hindsight, I probably would have said, yeah, I'll get on with Central Pierce. And it would have been a couple of counties away, but we have a number of guys that did that, and they say that the department, the chief there, is just super, super supportive. He's been great. Like when they had a lateral academy, which is a reduced length academy. Basically, we know you know how to be a firefighter. We just need you to teach you the nuances of how our department does it.
Yeah.
That when they were having that graduation ceremony, that the chief that was presiding over it was like almost tearing up because you guys had the stones to stand up for what you believe in, and we're happy to have you.
That's how I feel that like the whole firefighting community is, but it sucks to hear that. Well, these chiefs were such sellouts.
Here's the thing: if everybody that voted against the mandate had stood up and said, "Fuck you, I'm not giving you my Vax card," they would have had 2/3 of the department or half of the department. They would have had to. They couldn't have operated with that. That would have been, but they didn't. Enough people folded, and then there's also a massive ring of fraudulent Vax cards.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. So.
And that's where it goes back to, like, you take that, how many dudes folded
Yeah.
and just bitched out and didn't stand up against the shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's when people always ask me, they're like, do you think cops would ever turn on U.S. citizens and the military would ever turn on us? And I 100% agree that I think our military and law enforcement would turn on civilians. 100%. There's no change. I will die on that hill. Because when it comes down to it, they're the ones that are going to keep getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that are going to have, oh, hey, we have subsistence and food and everything on these bases when they shut shit down.
Right.
So those guys, they folded because they didn't want to lose a job.
Right.
So imagine when your job's on the line and all you have, and you see this country going to shit, like how we're putting military in these cities and stuff, which I'm 50-50 on that. But why, like, they're going to do it regardless, because you have half of them that are just too stupid to fight the system. And they're like, oh, I'm a Marine. This is our job. We're going to defend it, foreign and domestic. And this is it, because of the bullshit that they're fed. But like, when it comes down to it, a lot of people will turn on people just to keep their job.
Yeah.
And COVID was a huge example of that, because those motherfuckers were at home, bitch, I'm not doing the shot. And they ended up doing it because they didn't want to lose their job. And then look at how many dudes that started off saying no and voted against it, and then how many ended up at the end of the day stood on it. Like, that's what it comes down to. Money, being able to provide for your family. Think about it. If our military, if we shut this country down and went into some martial law where you're not able to move, but the only ones that are still got mobility and able to get paid is the military, you're not going to leave your job. No way. I think a huge part of our law enforcement and military would 100% turn on us as civilians in a heartbeat, just to provide for their families. And it's hard to say like that. I wouldn't do it now, but as some young, dumb Marine like I was, and be like, I'm doing it for the rights and I'm a Marine.
Right.
You know, it's a mindset thing as well.
It's an interesting perspective. I see a lot of validity in what you said and your points.
Obviously, your more mature guys, those are the ones I think are gonna be like, been around the block a few times. I know this isn't right, but I think your younger dudes that are.
Well, and that's why I think it's so important is to get the ideological zealots out of those higher places in the military and the police and the fire, because what it has absolutely proven. Because here's the thing, they lifted the mandate in February of 23.
Mm-hmm.
I was canned in October in November. We were all suspended as of October 19th. It took them till November 22nd to actually process me out. So I was burning my paid leaves. I was collecting a paycheck, and I did have health care for my family for that time until they processed me out. But in February of 23, so 14 months later, they lift the mandate. They didn't take it. They took one guy.
You couldn't go back?
We have people still applying to go back. They changed the civil service rules to allow people to come back.
And they won't do it?
And they won't do it. It is absolutely crystal clear. This was an ideological purge. They got rid of people that would stand up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no shit. That's what this is. And I hear people. I had a conversation with a gentleman who former Washington State Patrol. He was able to step away from for different reasons, but he says, "Oh yeah, they took all our guys back." Actually, no, they didn't, because our lawyer, we'll get into that in a minute. Our lawyer is also representing a group of Washington State Patrol people who are not back. So we do have. It's not a class action. It is a mass tort, which is different. I have learned an awful lot about legal terms in the last couple of years. So a mass tort means each person is an individual and represented as an individual.
Okay.
So let's say, hypothetically, that you and I are both on a mass tort claim. And they come to me and they say, "Hey, Davey, will you settle for 10 grand? And I go, "Yeah, I'll settle for 10 grand. And you go, "Fuck you, no." Okay, I get my 10 grand settlement and you don't have to settle. With a class action, everybody has to agree to everything. So nobody gets it if one person's a holdout.
I didn't know that.
Right. So
that's a better situation than a class action.
Correct, but it brings different challenges.
For sure.
Right?
Because if somebody sells out for little, then that's the standard?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. But the thing is that class actions work well for, let's just say hypothetically that a whole bunch of Ford Explorers engines blow up.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the guy whose engine blew up in his driveway is affected a whole lot less than the guy who's on a family vacation 4 states away when his engine blows up.
Going 70 down the highway.
Going 70 on the highway. But basically, they both get a new engine.
Yeah.
Now, even though they're affected a little bit differently, they both needed a new engine. So that's where class actions kind of come in. Or might be appropriate, or more appropriate. But the thing is that I got one of my rookies. He was 4 years on. One of our guys on our lawsuit was a 30-year captain. He was not that far from retirement.
Man,
so
that sucks.
So the effect is very disparate.
For sure.
Very, very different effects on depending on where people were in their careers.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right? And so the damages are very, very different. The guys that only had a few years on, they've lost their entire career.
Yeah.
Now, have some of them pivoted and tried to get on to different departments? Yeah. Have some of them said, yeah, I'm not going to go not going to go through an academy again, or where are they going to go? So everybody's got these little different nuances about where they're at. But yes, there are 36 of us, not all 70. And like I say, when I say almost 70, I want to say the number that sticks in my head was like 68.
70.
Well, it matters to me to be very accurate especially when I'm talking about these kinds of things. Mm-hmm. And so I said almost 70. And I think of those 68, I think 2 or 3 of them initially got pulled off the line, and then they relented and they went, okay, fine, I'll take the jab. And then they went back to work. Now, here's the thing. If people thought that that we were calling their bluff, wouldn't that be great? If they got a call a week later, hey, we can't staff half of our fire department. Maybe we better rethink this plan, Bob. No, they just dug their heels in. So let me share something with you. In the city of Seattle, when they have college football games at Husky Stadium, which is inside the city limits, when they have Mariners baseball games, when they have Seattle Seahawks games, and when they have Seattle Kraken hockey games, those are all inside the city limits of Seattle. Guess who provides the EMT coverage at those stadiums for those events? Seattle Fire Department.
And now you are a huge chunk missing.
Correct. And now what they have had to do, they are so short-staffed. They have to take engines out of neighborhoods that are paying taxes to have coverage, to send those people to staff the Husky football game.
These communities are like uproar over this, that their taxes are going to their department, and they're
why I said it. I'm not sure they know. I would love it if somebody was flying a bloody plane around the town with a streamer behind it, making sure everybody knew exactly what's going on under Harold Scoggins' watch.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. It doesn't make it make sense. Why? What? I mean, I get why.
It makes sense. It was an ideological purge.
When you say that, that's the only thing that makes sense to me of why you would want to get rid of a huge portion of law enforcement and firefighters that would fight the system. Right. So that's where it's like, okay, what's next?
Now here's the other thing. It's interesting. In Seattle, the Seattle Police Guild, their union, they fought it. They didn't roll over. My understanding is their guys didn't get fired.
Damn, the cops got you guys on that one, huh?
Uh-huh.
Should have been a cop.
Yeah.
Nah. You're like, fuck that. Being a firefighter all day.
So, you know what I would consider doing here is depending on where we actually get to land, because we're still renting.
Yeah.
Wherever we do get to land here, I would really consider joining the local sheriff's posse.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. I would.
Yeah.
I got a friend that I reconnected with. It's part of Waihee County.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and it's like, that'd be kind of badass. So, I'm still in pretty decent shape.
Yeah.
I can get the job done. So that'd be kind of
going through the academy at 50. How old did you say you were?
I'm 51. For the posse, I don't know if you have to go through the academy for the posse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If I go be like a sworn deputy, that's different. But I think for the sheriff posse, I don't know. I need to look into it. we have got other things on our plate that are far more important for me to before I look into that. But there's a part of me who's like, that'd be kind of cool.
I got a guy you need to talk to.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my buddies. He's you guys need to link up. He
Well.
runs a small contracting company too, and he's always struggling, like needing help wise. Got people to just fill in for him, and
But yeah, it's I'm a one-man show. We don't have employees, and we do that on purpose. I keep my quality control really high.
that's the only way you can do that.
Yeah, and I try really hard to bring to. There's a lot of great colleagues that I have that there's enough work to go around. I don't feel like anybody's really competition. Really, there's going to be jobs that I miss out on because they pick somebody else. But I try really hard to separate ourselves from my colleagues with just high customer service, good communication, that sort of stuff. And you know, what I will share, and I don't mean disrespect to the people that are legacy here, but when you come from a place where we came from, what I'm finding is that the contractors that are coming here from Seattle, maybe the Portland market, some places in California, their standards, they're used to dealing with higher standards. And so the delivery of their work standards are different.
Oh, it's gone to shit here.
Well, here's the funny thing. People around here, when they built the home builders here, they don't understand what flashing is. They don't know how to do it right. I come from a place where it rained 8 months out of the year. If you don't flash right, you're back on a warranty. You got to learn how to flash right. That's just one example.
Well, they're just cookie cutters, man.
Right.
Because my wife does real estate, and I'll go to some of these new builds, $1 million build,
Yeah.
$1.5 million home, and I'm walking through like, the fuck, and she's like, babe, you have no idea just how things are built.
It's terrible.
We were just at a house a couple weeks ago, and $800,000 home, and like the drain pipe that comes off the house into the ground, it was like 9 inches off. I'm like, how do you? This is almost $1 million home. How do these?
How do you explain that? How do you excuse that away? An explanation is, we need to fix it. Sorry it happened. This is why we think it happened, but we're going to fix it. That's an explanation. How do you excuse it? Yeah, it's just that's what we're going to do.
We'll just get a flexible tube that goes into it.
Right. So yeah, it's stuff like that. So if you decide to invite us out to take a look at your project, we run our business model a little bit different. We put a lot of trust in our clients first. And if they're going to trust us to come into their home and work on their home, I feel I need to be able to show them some trust too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's just kind of how we roll.
That goes a really long way, and that's how you build a really good clientele as far as referrals.
I was blessed that before we left the Seattle market, within 6 months I had more work than I could handle because of my lifetime of relationships and people who trusted my skill set and my integrity and those. But then sometimes I do wonder, maybe we should have stayed there and stayed busy, throughout the winter. But we're incredibly thankful and happy to be here. We really, really are. We want to be great members of the community. We want to be great neighbors. We like it here.
How long have you been here?
3.5 years.
Okay.
I moved the wife and the youngest over here on Memorial Weekend, and then I had to go back to finish a project, and I was back there for a month staying with a buddy. And then on July 3rd, I showed up with the pain train, and got
after it.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. So
what's been your biggest learning lesson? Making a transition, you lost your career at 21 years in, extremely hard pivot. You picked up and moved states. What's been your biggest learning lesson from all of this?
My wife's got my back.
Fucking A, right?
Without it wouldn't have happened. Hopefully she knows I've got hers, but without her having my back, it's, she runs the books on the backside of the business. She runs our marketing. So she's the one that's constantly scouring the different social media channel, people posting up on Facebook or Nextdoor, this, that, or the other. So she's working on that, trying to, and then we've got a pretty basic website, and we've got a couple of different Facebook pages that we use to post up, these are samples of jobs and try to use that for marketing. So we're not paying for marketing service.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. And,
it's good knowing your wife's got your back, huh?
It is.
Pretty awesome thing.
It is. It really is. And dude, it's been trial by fire, right?
100%.
So it's a relationship that we've had arguments, but
That's marriage. That's business and marriage.
It is, right? And go to business with your spouse, and you're going to learn a whole other side of your spouse. So
We've worked together. Britt and I have worked together longer. We've worked together longer than we haven't. So out of 17 years, I think
that's awesome.
3 or 4 of them we haven't worked together.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's good.
and there's been some learning lessons.
Sure. You know, and I'm going to say, look, most of the time it's me that's stepping in it. Right?
Every time.
You know,
every time.
There's only been a couple of times where she's going, yeah, I kind of dropped that ball, but it's been when she drops the ball, it's always been minor. I'm the one that messes it up pretty big,
yeah.
right? So, but it's been a big blessing. You know, just recently we had an interesting conversation because we're trying to unpack some stuff, and I'm not trying to get all touchy-feely about it, but we did talk about mental health with the fire service, and there's something I think might be worth mentioning because it's on me like a weight on my shoulders. It just never leaves. So I'm going to start with a story from when I was about 22.
Okay.
So I got out of college. I did the college thing. Got out of college, bounced around just a little bit, and I was working on a construction crew for a friend of the family, and I was the junior man in the crew. So we were in working in a neighborhood that was kind of hoity-toity in Bellevue, Washington, if you know Bellevue in relation to Seattle. Bellevue's kind of like Bellevue is to Seattle what Eagle is to Boise. Okay, it's pretty swanky. And we're working on a house that had a house fire, and the crew, being the junior guy, you know, a few minutes before 10, they'd pull out a couple of bucks, and they'd send me to local 7-Eleven to get coffee. They wanted coffee, but they weren't going to spend $5 on Starbucks. Mm-hmm. And I remember walking in, and I'm walking up the counter, and I got these coffees in the tray and so forth. And this young lady that was age appropriate pulls up, and she's dressed to the nines, and she's got her little BMW, and she looks at me up and down, and then kind of scoffs like I'm some sort of a third-class citizen. I'm in work boots. I'm in work clothes. And one of the things that I've observed, that really hasn't changed. Now, being a fireman, it is very much a blue-collar job. Sure. I have been pooped on, spit on, bled on, and peed on, all in one shift. By the end of the day, I was in a borrowed T-shirt and underwear underneath my bunking pants, and that's all I had because that station didn't have a washing machine, so I couldn't wash my clothes. Like, well, I can stick them in a bucket with disinfectant, but they're going to go home wet.
Yeah,
it's like this is dumb. Anyway, when our society as a whole, I'm not saying individual, I'm not saying you, I'm not saying any one person, but as a whole, our society still looks down on people that do blue collar jobs as a living.
Absolutely.
And you see the stickers on some trucks, the dirty hands, clean money is sort of like a little bit of a protest to that. Mm-hmm. But every time I see somebody put out, oh, hey, I want somebody to do this and that and this and that that's reasonable. All right. Now, I don't reply to this because it wouldn't be good for business marketing. But it's like, hey, wait a minute. That price is reasonable. The price that I charge is reasonable because I haven't taken a vacation since our honeymoon in 2015. That's the last vacation I took. Mm-hmm. Should my kids have to shop at thrift stores because I'm a contractor? Should that guy over there, should his wife have to drive a 1974 Pinto because he's a plumber? Should that guy over there that pumps out septic tanks, should his kids not be able to sign up and play youth soccer?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Those are individuals that have skills that computer programmer doesn't have, or that banker doesn't have. Do you know how to use? When I say you, I'm not saying you personally, but does this individual, this hypothetical person, do they know how to run the tools that I have? Nope. They'd cut their arm off if they tried to start a chainsaw. Mm-hmm. You know, and so I would really like to see people look at their blue collar trades, the people that do the blue collar jobs, and look at them a little bit differently, and quit trying to tell them that they can't charge a fair dollar.
Yeah. Or they need to lower their price to meet your
Budget.
expectations.
Maybe
and
you should
budget.
find a way to earn more money. Because, I drive. I've never bought a new car or truck ever in my whole life. In full disclosure, when I was brand new in the fire department and I did the stupid young kid move, after I got hired with the fire department, I went and bought a Harley. I bought that brand new.
Okay. At least
Okay.
it wasn't a Ford Mustang with like 25% interest. That's the Marine thing to do.
Okay, all right. No, it was a Harley, and I sold it a year and a half later so I could buy a house.
Okay.
But that's my only new vehicle I ever purchased, ever. So I drive a 7-year-old 3/4-ton pickup. I take good care of it. It looks nice. It looks professional and clean. It's got 150,000 miles on it. I'm not in the market to buy a new pickup truck. I don't have a $10,000 wrap or paint job on it. If money was no object, dude, I'm putting some 35s and a 6-inch lift on that bitch because I like a big jacked up truck. No, money does matter. My wife drives a 12-year-old car with 100,000 miles on it. Now, we bought it 2 years ago, but it had 90,000 miles on it, and it was 10 years old when we bought it. We don't live in extravagant. We don't go out to dinner, hardly at all. The person that goes out to eat is me. On Friday mornings, I meet the men of our Bible study group for breakfast.
Oh, cool.
Which is really, really cool. It's a wonderful opportunity for me to sit and fellowship with other people that have same values, and that's wonderful. That's the going out to eat that we do. So I have your business owners, when you're comparing prices of business owners, do they have like real insurance? Do they have, are they paying legitimate employees? Are they actually paying their employees properly? Are they paying workers' comp insurance on their employees if they have employees? Are they able to put anything away for retirement? Are they...
A lot goes into it.
There's an enormous... Do they pay legitimate... As much as I hate taxes, I on our interview, I've said that I'm willing to pay taxes for certain things, but we pay taxes in every... I don't take cash and give a cash discount. I know plenty of business owners that do. I don't.
I 100% would, just because of the government.
Right, but we choose. Now here's the funny thing. I've been audited once.
Yeah.
Now we won that audit, but that was absolutely excruciating.
Oh yeah.
And they come in like bullies. The way they come in, I want to meet them at the front door with a baseball bat wrapped with barbed wire. No, I mean in reality, they should have to be the one that finds the error, not say you prove that you didn't make any errors. Yeah. That's how it should be.
For sure. But we've gotten so soft and let the government in every
right
aspect of our business and personal lives that they own us now.
Yeah. So, but we choose to run everything by the books.
Good. That's longevity.
Yeah.
That's where you build a reputation. Sure. That's where people know how you run, and that's what lasts the longest. When you're firing from the hip, especially in the contracting world, I mean, you'll get by and you'll make a bunch of money for a bit, but it gets outed.
It does.
For sure.
It does. So yeah, we're playing the long game with this.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Love it.
But that's us, and the lawsuit that we're dealing with is a wrongful termination lawsuit, or however you want to describe it. I don't know how that legally is, but the funny thing is the law firm that's helping us, they're great lawyers, but they're a small firm, and they can't afford to do it on contingency. So we're paying as we go. And, there's a handful of us that there's a few that have been able to be able to keep up with what's asked. Yeah. And there's a handful of people that haven't. We started a nonprofit called, if I may, Seattle Fired, FIRED.com.
That's a great name.
Great name. And if anybody decides that they would like to learn more about us, we have a website. You can go there. You can learn about who we are. And if people have questions, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. So if people choose to donate to help us with the legal fund, and that's all it's going to, it's not going to anything else. They'll get a receipt that they can deduct from their taxes, which is huge. We're fighting back, and right now we have them dead to rights.
I hope so.
We have them dead to rights. We have it in their own hand. Emails that they have.
But now it's the long game where they're just going to drag things out.
Correct. And they've hired an outside counsel law firm and big highfalutin kind of thing. And they are very much dragging their feet.
Oh yeah. They'll just make you guys run out of money.
Yes. At this point in time, it's an arms race.
That's the big boy game.
That's their goal. And so, our goal is to be able to withstand that.
Yeah.
We just have to outlast
by
1 inch above the treetops. We just got to be able to outlast them.
Well, I hope it works, man, because you guys deserve it. What a shitty situation.
And the thing is, Bam, it's not just, we're not just fighting for us, because if we get rulings that are in favor of what that vindicate what we did and rulings against them for their behaviors. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter what your faith is. That's a ruling against religious discrimination.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what a victory for us does nothing but strengthen the individual. It lets it and their individual freedoms of other people, even if they don't share our value system. Right? Thomas, was it? No. Who was it that said, one of the founders is quoted as saying, I may disagree with what you said, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Right? I mean, as Christians, I'd love to have a theological conversation with you about it. I actually believe that the cornerstone of all Christianity is the freedom of choice. Whether it was the choice to or not to eat of the fruit in the garden.
That's what God gave us. That's everything.
That's it.
Yeah.
But we have agency. We have accountability for our choices too. But that's what Jesus is, the grace for that, right? So if you want to choose to worship differently than I do, fine. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to have that right. Our nation was founded on that. And when I'm going to stand up and say, yeah, I'm not okay with using tissue from an aborted fetus.
But you guys,
sorry, I'm not letting you profit off of that.
This is a hell of a battle that you guys have, though, because if you win, that opens up the floodgates to everybody else that got fired for religious exempts.
Yep.
And the state's not going to let that happen.
That's why we're in federal court.
Even probably worse, huh?
No.
Really?
We're
that's gonna fuck a lot of companies, which I hope it does, because they should not have been fired for any reason.
What we have is we are tracking other rulings.
Okay.
One of the things that happened a year and a half ago was the Groff v. DeJoy decision. And that was at the SCOTUS Supreme Court.
Okay.
Ruled 9-0. Unanimous. And Mr. DeJoy was the Postmaster General at the time. That's why his name is V. DeJoy. But Mr. Groff was the plaintiff. And he worked, I believe it was in Pennsylvania. He worked for a letter carrier. He worked for the mail department, Postal Service. And he did so because the mail doesn't get delivered on Sundays. So he knew that he could have that job and never be asked to work on his Sabbath. Great. Well, the post office outfit that he worked for, the whatever it was, they picked up an Amazon contract. And so now they said, hey, you're going to deliver on Sundays. And he said, well, I'll trade with people as best as I can. So he would trade off. If he was assigned to Sunday, he'd trade it off and he'd work somebody else's other day. And then he said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and transfer to a different postal office that doesn't have a contract with Amazon. Okay, fine. So he transfers. And now he is back to not having to worry about working Sundays. And then that one picked up an Amazon contract.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding is that ultimately Groff resigned. He wasn't fired. But he still sued. And he won. And what it did is and not only that, there was also a ruling at the Ninth Circuit, which we are in, with the Bacon case. Now, the Bacon case, great name, is a group of Spokane firefighters. The lead plaintiff, or the named plaintiff.
Bacon.
Mm-hmm. Michael Bacon. And when that was ruled on by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals at the appellate level, that's where they get the 3-judge panel.
Mm-hmm.
They said, you have to use strict scrutiny when you're evaluating, did they accommodate you or did they not? Strict scrutiny is the absolute hardest standard for the government to meet. Now, earlier, the Groff decision that I mentioned, was telling you the story about, revisited the Hardin case, which was Trans World Airlines from 1970s or 80s or something like that. And they didn't overturn it. What they did is they clarified it. And they said, you have to prove undue hardship. You can't just claim it. What is undue hardship? And if you're a company of a certain size, undue hardship, the bar that you have to meet is a whole lot bigger. Now, I'm speaking a little bit out of turn from a lawyer standpoint because I'm not using the right legal terms. I don't understand them. When we talk to lawyers, sometimes I got to go to the dictionary and go, what was that word?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm doing my best to relate.
You've done a lot of it because you know a lot of cases. So we are
tracking
this
them.
has consumed your life.
We have, yes. Fortunately, it hasn't had to consume mine, at least that area of it, because we have other people in our group. There are a couple of people that's what they do. And they've got alerts on different court dockets that pop up. My wife, Becky, she's tracking all different court decisions and when documents are filed and this, that, and the other thing.
This shit's going to be going on for years.
This is going to be going on for a while.
Not even just yours. I mean,
Correct.
just cases across the whole U.S. This is going to last decades.
Eventually, this COVID vax, COVID shot stuff is going to make it to the SCOTUS.
Oh, for sure.
Eventually, it's going to make it. Now, here's what happens. If you get stuff doesn't make it up to the SCOTUS until you get, hey, the Fifth Circuit ruled this way and the Ninth Circuit just ruled differently. Well, now they got to go up to mom and dad because they can't. They disagree. That's one of the ways that stuff gets kicked up to the SCOTUS for them to weigh in and basically settle it once and for all.
Yeah.
So we've been tracking a lot of these different cases. Some of it at the state court level, some of it at the federal court level. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while you'll get one that doesn't go, I'm going to say our way.
Yeah.
Even though we're not a part of it, but basically that doesn't support our argument or our approach to this.
Okay.
What we have found is that has been from activist judges, and that seems to get overturned on appeal. Where it can't get overturned on appeal is when it's at the state level, the highest court of the state, and it's not in federal court. That's where they get where it can get a little sticky.
All right.
But we're pretty positive that as this unfolds.
Yeah, you guys have got a mountain to climb.
We do, but the dam is breaking.
Good.
The dam is breaking. It's cracks here.
Just chips. That's all you need, and little chips away.
Yeah.
Chipping away at it.
And patience. And we have to be willing to outlast them.
For sure.
Now, you may never met a group of more stubborn people than firemen.
Yeah,
we can be
met Marines, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Stubborn with like a little hint of the tism.
Okay.
Nothing.
Right. Well, we've got one of our guys is a Marine.
He's perfect.
Yeah. So, but we're 36 strong.
Good. But if it's your belief and this is how you truly feel and stand, like why would you not fight it?
because it's easier to not fight it and take it.
No, that's no.
You know, but yeah, I mean, well, that's why. But we don't, in our family, we don't do the easy route. We do the right route.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
And you know, one of the things that I sent you, I should have sent it to you sooner. You know, was the retirement letter that I sent out as I was, you know, thinking my email access was going to end. And it was basically, look, I have an obligation to my sons as a father to model for them what it looks like to stand up for your beliefs in the face of adversity.
100%.
And if I'm going to do that, I will stand toe to toe with you and I will trade blows.
100%.
You know, and I might be spitting chiclets,
But your kids watched.
but they're going to watch and they're going to see dad.
Fight.
Yeah.
That's my biggest problem with these people. It's like, what are you showing your children?
Right.
You're a coward that just bent the knee. You got on your knees and kissed the freaking feet, and you're like, oh, okay, just because we don't want to lose money. And your kids are watching that.
Right.
Like, you just set
Yeah.
the example for your children to just bend over, take whatever the government's going to give you. Like, that is one of our things in this home. We fight. No, 100%. If we truly feel about it, oh, good luck getting in my wife's crosshairs. You are done.
Right.
Like, she's fought in ginormous hotel chains and won by writing letters and making it look like she was a lawyer. And they were like, all right, we're cool. Like,
Yeah.
because that it goes down the principle. At the end of the day, my children have to watch me
Right.
sit there and just bow to somebody.
Right.
No, absolutely not. When I know I'm 100% right, dude,
Yeah.
there's been times where
Right.
it cost me some big shit, and I was like, this is no way.
Right.
This is how I feel. That was one of my big problems in the military. That was why I couldn't do a full career, because there was things that I believed in, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And I'd fight it on everything. And be like,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up, get in line. And be like, no,
Right.
just because I'm a number here, absolutely not.
Sure.
I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are fighting it, man, and you're doing it for your kids, and you're doing it for the other fellow firefighters and everything else.
It is, but it's actually not limited to that. It's limited to everybody.
Everybody, yeah, because
everybody.
This is just going to start momentum of
Right.
other things,
Yeah.
and you guys aren't the only ones in the
No.
only state and all these other states. This is happening everywhere. It just needs to start cracking away at this dam and the
Right.
pieces of it. So
Right. And
it'll happen.
We're going to get there. We do have faith.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the beauty of it, right? You know, are there moments of massive frustration? the emotions run the gambit. I mean, they really do. You know, sometimes it's elation. You know, we get, you know, a friend that wasn't in our union, wasn't one of us. She was a 911 dispatcher on the police side, but they settled with her, and so happy for her.
Yeah.
So happy for her. You know, so that's good. That's all important stuff.
Yep, that's what you need.
Yeah, and just not. But we celebrate that, and you know, unfortunately, we can also be our own worst enemies if there's nothing to do. Mm-hmm. We will create an emergency, and we've had that happen a little bit recently. And it's like, all right, guys, calm down. We're in this together. We're not here to see through one another. We're here to see each other through. Mm-hmm. If we're going to get through this, we're going to do it because we stay together.
Yep.
I heard it attributed to an African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with many. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint.
Oh, for sure.
This is a marathon. And I have 4 or 5 guys in that group of 36 that I have some kind of a connection with.
Yeah.
You know, one of them was a rookie under me. One of them was a guy who was a rookie with me at my first station, just on a different crew. Then there was, you know, other guys that were at my station, my final station.
Yeah.
We have, and I pick up the phone and I call them every 5 to 6 weeks. Now, it's not like, hey, this is my day to call everybody. It's just, hey, you know what? It's been a few weeks since I talked to this guy. And I pick up, I'm going, how are you? What's going on? How's your family? What's new?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of rookies,
Yes.
last question for you. We'll wrap this up.
Okay.
What's a piece of advice that you would give to the young guys wanting to become a firefighter?
be ready to think it through. First of all, it is a dirty, nasty, gross job. And you have to be ready to do hard, physical, sweaty, gross, yucky work. It's not, calendars and kittens. It's a very, very gross and dirty job.
You're in the trenches.
You're in the trenches. And you're going to see things that the rest of the world pays you so that they don't have to see and do. Mm-hmm. So we've touched on some of that. The mental health aspect of firefighters or first responders is I don't think it's anything unlike what it is for the military. I just don't have personal experience of walking in your shoes to be able to compare the two. But you're going to have to take good care of yourself mentally. You need to take good care of yourself physically.
Yeah.
And I've had 15 surgeries. Most of them were from my job. Not all, but most. And I, with a few exceptions, I showed up fit, ready for duty every day. And what you don't know is you don't know what that next call is going to be. Mm-hmm. Is that next call going to be a Band-Aid run and you can yawn through it? Or is that next call going to be you're going to have to find a strength inside of you that you didn't know that you have, or your partner on your tailboard doesn't go home to his family? Never mind the strangers that you're serving.
Yeah.
And because you don't know what that next call is going to be, you can't plan for it. You shouldn't show up going, oh, you know what? I'm really tired today because I stayed up last night, with my girlfriend. That's disrespecting the people that share your patch, that you serve alongside you. They expect you to show up and bring your best.
Yeah. Show
up and bring your best. Now, I was the first person in my family. And being a fireman is typically, historically, it's a legacy career. Your dad did it, or you did it because your dad did it, because your uncle did it, your granddad did it, that sort of a thing. I'm the first one in my family to do that. So I didn't have that context of somebody looking at me saying, hey, get ready for this. I sent you an email. Would you get a chance, you can review it, you can see it, and we can talk about it again if you want. But I put together a rookie guide. Now, it's kind of long. It's big print, but it's like 40 pages. And it's basically a collection of lessons. Some of them I knew, and I'm glad I knew, and some of them I learned the hard way. Yep. Some of them I learned by watching other people learn the hard way. Like, yeah, I don't want to do that. But it's basically, it's an approach that, hey, these are some things that you need to, it would be good for you to remember. It is a job that is, 100 years of tradition unimpeded by progress, which is both good and bad. Change only for the sake of change brings frustration and undermines the group. But change because you need to, if you want to get better, you have to grow. In order to grow, you do have to change.
For sure.
So work on you. Be the best version of you that you can be. Now, one of the things that worked out really, really well for me is that, and this is something that a lot of people in service struggle with, and that is that transition out. You have a few different groups. You've got people that transition out because they retired, they did a full career, whether it's military or fire or cop or medic. You have people that did, this group is smaller, this group. This group is mostly the military that did 4 years, 8 years, and then they're done. So their earning isn't complete. They still need to transition to go do something else. Well, have a plan for that, even if you're in the military, right? Sometimes you have the people that their careers are ended for them. Like one of a police officer that gets shot in the line of duty and now he's in a wheelchair. Mm-hmm. Maybe he can go do admin work, but he can't roll that cruiser no more.
No.
Right? Now the people that their careers are ended for them when there's an injury, everybody can see that. Even if it's a PTS, it's like, no, we can see that. And then we have this new group, which is us, people that we weren't injured. It was a political movement. Yeah, it was a political force. That's a very, 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 very small number of people. But those are, so you really have like 3 categories. Start planning for it.
Yep.
And your reputation is the only thing you really have, and it's going to go ahead of you. So if you have the reputation of being a shitbird, that's going to go ahead of you. Mm-hmm. Now, I have a guy that I know, I consider him a friend, that he owned the fact that the first few years of his career, he made a mess of his reputation.
That's a small community too.
It is. You know, in our department, he made a mess. But he had a come to Jesus moment. He said, you know what? I've made some serious mistakes and I need to make some changes. Mm-hmm. And I have so much respect for what he did when he said, you know what? I'm not happy with what I see in the mirror and I'm going to make it better. So he went to a different place. He put himself at their mercy and said, I know nobody wants to work with me because I've made a bad history, but I'm coming because I'm looking to make a change and improve that and correct that. And he's now an officer in the fire department. And I'm so proud of him for making that decision, right? And he's a good dude.
That's what it takes.
Yeah, and so your reputation is huge. I've struggled with some of the generational things.
Well, I'm sure.
Because it seems so much, even out in the construction world, it seems like the new people they don't want to work. Mm-mm. And that's a challenge. But at the same time, somebody else helped point out to me that there is a potential benefit to that. He said it's kind of the Y generation. That's that gentleman, Paul Pantani. He runs a Transition Tool podcast. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Good stuff. But he talked about, when he and I were talking, he was like, the millennials have a different approach to this. They do want to know why. They don't just blindly follow. They're very, very smart. And they want to know why. But the other thing that's going to be interesting with this next generation is they don't make it their identity. And that's a double-edged sword, whichever path you go. Because I made a decision before I got terminated, years before, that I needed to make sure that my identity wasn't, I'm Davey, I'm a fireman. Mm-hmm. My identity needs to be, first, I'm a Christian. Second, I'm a husband. Third, I'm a father. Fourth, I'm a friend. After that, somewhere you can throw in the fact that my vocation is a fireman.
Yep.
And I think for the people that struggle with their transition out of service, they make, whether it's the Marine Corps, the Air Force, firemen, police, they make their identity that. Mm-hmm. And that makes for a harder transition. So I would encourage, try to find the right relationship. And I hate the word balance. But try to find the right mix, the right relationship of when the days are shitty, you're there because the guy next to you, not because I'm all that in a bag of chips. When you're dealing with that crappy call and that crappy job you got to do, you're there. I'm there because I don't want to make my tailboard guy do all the shitty work.
Yeah.
That's, it's about the guy next to you.
For sure.
That you're serving alongside of, because you're there. I got your back, you got mine.
Yeah, it's a big thing. We deal with it a lot. Like, having an organization for over 12 years. It was crazy in the beginning days because we were pulling dudes out of hospitals. I mean, their amputee sutures are still healing, and guys were pulling guns out of guys' mouths. And now we fast forward 20 years, and a lot of these dudes are still struggling. So, like, you take a step back, and it's like, okay, how are we struggling this bad after 20 years that there's been hardly any change in a bunch of these dudes? And right. I truly feel it comes down to their identity, because at the end of the day, I'm an Army Ranger, I'm a soldier, I'm a Marine. It's like, no, you're not, bro. Cool. It was a title that you held for 4, 8, 12, 20 years, whatever it is. Yeah. Cool. Fly your flag, put your sticker and your hat on, rep.
Awesome.
Be proud of it. But it's not who you were. Like, there was a time in my Marine Corps when I started despising the military. I left my uniform at work. I rode every day to work. I got dressed at work. At the end of the day, I got undressed and I drove home in my civilian clothes. So, on my bike or my truck, did not matter. I never brought my uniform home because it was a job to me.
Right.
And I would get so much backlash. It's not a job. This is life. You're a Marine for life. And it's like, no, fuck, I'm not, bro. Like I signed this dumbass dotted line because I had nothing else to do because I was going to fail at college and I needed out of my little podunk ass town. So I joined and went to war. Like, cool, did it. Time for me to move on.
Right.
And so that's when people are like, man, did you struggle transitioning out? I'm like, I didn't struggle. There was tough times of figuring life out, and I went on a contract and went right to Afghan on the private side. But it was never like this. What am I going to do with my life now? And it's the same when I say it's the same with athletes. It's the same with cops, firefighters, and people that are in a career.
Right.
And something that they built their whole life around this image of being somebody. They forget that it's a job. And at the end of the day, you can be fired at any moment. You can lose everything for a stupid decision. And you could write it out for 30 years.
Right.
But it's a job, and then it's just like everything. It just becomes part of who they are and their identity. Right. And I'm a huge advocate for time to find a new identity and start a new chapter because and then it's like, bro, you're sitting here telling me about you're struggling and you're on the edge and you want to kill yourself about your buddy that died in Iraq in 2004.
Right.
I'm like, fuck, like, I can't help you at this point.
You
need the trips that I'm sending you on, the therapy, the clinics, the retreats, the bonding, all of this is not going to work until you look your ass in the mirror and go, okay, who am I? What's this new chapter I need to start? Because if not, you're always going to be a victim.
Yep.
You're always going to be, well, I was a Marine and I did my time and now I have nothing and I'm struggling. And it's like, that's why. That is why, because you are just the soldier. You're just a sailor in your own eyes. And that's the pity party that you put on yourself. Right. And instead of being like, damn, dude, did my time, served my country. Fucking, hey, man, it was badass. Best friends that I've ever made in my life. The craziest, wildest shit I've ever experienced in my life. What's next?
Right. Exactly.
There you go. It's like and I explain it as that identity crisis is like the Napoleon, like I could throw a football over that mountain, and he
right.
It's the same shit. It's the same as the guy sitting at home wearing his Letterman jacket at the bar, and he graduated in 2003, and he's like, yeah, we went to States my senior year. It's like, did you, buddy? Cool. Like, what have you done since?
Right. Well, and that's
same shit.
And that's something that my wife and I are absolutely committed to. Yeah. Is adding value. And one of the greatest ways to get past your own, to get out of that is to find somebody else that you can add value to. Okay. So I'm going to be very candid. A couple of weeks ago, God put something on my heart. Now, most of my adult life, I thought it'd be cool to go do a mission trip. Never had that tug that just got right into you and said, no, this is the one. A couple of weeks ago, I'm going, I got a friend that needs help. And I really felt, I don't know how any other way to put it than God put it on me. And I chose to say yes. So one of the guys that's with us that got canned, he moved his family to Virginia. Now, I honestly, Eric's a friend. He was one of my rookies. I have a great amount of pride for, he worked his way up to being an officer in the fire department and was doing a good job. Well, Eric, his wife, and their 3 kids are living in a 22 or 3 foot Terry travel trailer and have been for 3 years. Now, I'm not totally versed in what decisions led him to that. I don't care. That's not my job. I'm sure he's a good human. I'm sure he was doing the best decisions with the information that he had for what was best for his family at the time. That I'm absolutely certain of. But it gets down to single digits in the wintertime over there, and they've been living in a Terry travel trailer. This sucks. So I said, you know what, honey? I'm going to go help Eric. Now, I put the message out to the folks on our email list from our group. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I left Eric off the list. I said, Eric, send me pictures, send me drawings. What do you got? This is the shit I do. I build stuff, right? Now, he has a metal building on his property and a slab poured in the metal building. Awesome. That means I don't have to worry about exterior or anything. And I said, I'm going to drive out there and I'm going to build out a living quarters inside that. It is not going to be the Taj Mahal, but I'm going to get you a bathroom with a shower and a sink and a toilet and a door. And I'm going to get you, and a fan, and I'm going to get you a bedroom, and I'm going to get you a kitchen, and I'm going to build the way the building is structured. We really have only one format. We're kind of locked into it.
Yeah.
We don't have any options. It's like, all right, it's this. And then there's going to be a loft area above it for his 3 kids to share a bedroom. And, you know, I kind of laugh because I go, I don't know. I can't afford to pay for this. We're going into what has historically been our slow season. This is going to take a God thing, but I'm going to walk on faith.
Yep.
And, you know, within a couple of days, I had people said, I got your travel costs. Awesome. Thank you. Now just this morning, I've submitted a request for donations for materials to 84 Lumber, who has an outfit here.
Yeah.
They do a lot of charity work with vets and first responders. So we're going to see where that goes.
Yep.
But right now, this is a God thing. It's going to take me 3 weeks. It's a 3-day drive out there, and it's going to be a 3-day drive back. I've got a handful of people that said, hey, yeah, I'll come help. But I'll tell you, the best way to get your eyes off of your own pity party is to put them on somebody else and do good for somebody else.
Facts.
100%. And we are big, my wife and I, we're big in personal growth and mentorship. I'll tell you this much. I'm a better version of me every day that I read from something from a growth book where I learn how to be a better version of me for 15 minutes in the morning.
Yep.
And if I do that, I'm a better husband to her. I'm a better dad to our kids. I'm a better member of our community. And we look at mentorship as, I have a couple of mentors in my life. All they are is people that have similar values, that are on the path that I'm on. They're just farther along.
Yep.
Now, my main mentor is way farther along. Way. Fruit on his tree is fantastic. Amazing.
But he started somewhere.
He started somewhere, and he started as a hot mess, but he started somewhere. And so I kind of vision it. I have a hand up to him. Now, he's got a hand down to me because I've said, hey, I'm working. I'm trying. And as long as I'm trying, he's right there with me. But at the same time, he's not better than me. He's just farther along on the same path. But part of that is that I have to have a hand back
Pulling the guy behind you.
for the guy behind me on the same path. I'm not better than the guy, quote, behind me. We're just on the same path. I'm just a couple steps ahead.
Yep.
And if I do that, dude, that's helping each other out. That's what this is about. I believe we get one chance through this life. And we're here to learn something. All right, God, what do you want me to learn?
What do you got?
What value do you want me to add to somebody else? How do I do that? So, and I'm not saying that story to say, hey, I'm awesome. Look, dude, I'm plenty of stinker in plenty of other places, right? I mean, but
it's the fact that you're offering and the fact that you're doing it and, you know, trying to make a difference and seeing who wants to help along the way. And that's all it takes is just an idea and a thought and somebody acting on it. If more people thought that way, a lot of people would be getting helped, you know? And so, I mean, we all know people that can bless a lot of people.
Sure.
And they choose not to because it's just their path and they see how miserable they are and their families are. But then you see somebody that doesn't even have the shirt to get off their back and they'll do anything for you. And they're some of the happiest people you'll ever meet. So.
Right. That's back to the joy thing, right?
Nope.
You know, I'll tell you, I'm sitting here trying to organize this thing and I get kind of excited when I sit down like, okay, here's the materials list. So here's my takeoffs. What else am I going to need? You know, it's like, oh, well, crap, stop. I got to stop this for a few minutes and I got to get an estimate cranked out.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of a thing. And then, but I can't wait to get back to that because I'm helping somebody that I have a relationship with. Now that makes it easier to the people that are willing to just go out and help perfect strangers. I tip my hat to you. I haven't done that quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It's got to start somewhere.
sure. You know, and
But that's
so,
that's what it takes, and you never know who's going to see what you've done. The people on that list and anybody that's donated to it and helped out, and then they're going to see that and they're going to be like, damn, okay, I can help this person. It might not be on that level, but it might be
sure,
helping an old lady mow her lawn.
exactly.
Something so simple. And so that's what it takes, man. And that's what I think is really going to have to take a huge turn in this country to get it back on track, is just people, neighbors helping neighbors again, and just reaching a hand out.
Yeah.
You don't need to have money to help anybody. You can help by sharing somebody's post that's in need. You could help by
Yep.
bringing them a can of food, and it doesn't matter. Inviting them over for dinner. There's so many nice gestures that you can do that'll
100%.
change somebody's life that you don't even realize when they leave your home or leave an event or whatever it may be. And they'd be like, man, like they could spark something to get it going. I mean, it's Christmas is coming up, and
Yep.
you know, a family that's struggling down the street, go get some gift cards if you're able to. Go get them, help them get a Christmas tree for their kids. It's something.
Sure.
Just little gestures like that can go a long way, and just to give somebody a little bit of hope,
Yep.
and to get their life changed around just a little bit. And that's all. That's all
Well,
it takes.
it's you know, my wife was talking with me about, you know, faith and hope with the biblical definition is different than hope in pop culture,
Oh, for sure.
right?
Sure.
And I need to make sure that I keep that in mind, right? Just remember that that's right. You know what? Hope with a biblical definition is a pretty special thing. It's not just I hope the Seahawks win this weekend. You know, it's not that stuff.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Well,
yeah.
dude, this was a great conversation.
I really appreciate it.
We just hit the 4-hour mark, so
No kidding.
that goes by quick.
It does.
Everyone's like, holy shit. I have guys that come over and be like, oh, well, I'll knock out like an hour and a half. I'm like, yeah, okay. And then 3 hours later, like, holy shit, I had no idea. But,
Right.
well, Davey,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate the conversation. I hope
Appreciate
everything
you.
works out
Yeah.
with the lawsuits and the firefighting, and then obviously your new business and your new adventure and chapter that you guys have started. We're in our own new chapter as well. So I know the struggles and how it feels, and it's crazy, but fear is what brings change.
Usually, yeah.
Scared is what brings change, and
Right.
sometimes you don't choose it, and you're put in situations like you, and you got to pivot. And so instead of rolling over and being a victim, you're like, hey, cool, I got a wife, and I have
Yeah.
these young men that are watching me and my wife,
Well,
and we're able to build and
Yeah.
do something. So
Well, and on that topic, I know we're bringing it to a close. It's amazing that the experiences that prepared me for this were absolute hell. Absolute hell. We didn't get into and I'm not saying we have to, my relationship with my dad.
Yeah.
And all what prepared me to be able to do what we did, I wouldn't have been able to do it had I not been through that.
Yep.
And so you never know what the lesson is, the crummy thing you're dealing with today. You don't know what you're being prepared for, why you're going through that, but there's a reason.
always.
There's a reason. And we're never given anything we can't handle. Pray for a stronger back, not a lighter load. And yeah.
Yep. Well, thanks, dude.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
I appreciate this.
Likewise. I appreciate it too.
I'm rooting for you, dude.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
I got a really good buddy of mine that I want to get you in contact with.
Please.
As far as maybe, I don't know if you need any extra work, but he's always hitting me up, seeing if he actually came in and we did all this together real quick, and so we slapped it together.